Alright, hey friends, welcome. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. And here we are, another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. True Slant Alpha tonight. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. Do want to say, of course, we're off of our normal schedule this week. Normal schedule for this show is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. During the winter months, that's midnight Zulu on the day ahead. Well, it's a Tuesday night tonight, so a little bit of a switcheroo based on some work and personal obligations this week. Back on to our normal schedule Friday, and then next week we get back to the normal cycle Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Some of you guys are aware, over the weekend, had a very nice birthday celebration with Mrs. Slant. It hurt her what are we calling it? 12th annual 29th birthday over the weekend. And then, of course, a horrendous sports weekend here in the Slant Alpha household. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, look at me in the eye when I say this, our ban, our standing ban on mentioning the team that beat Baltimore over the weekend stands. Okay? That policy does not change tonight. Matter of fact, it is more so enforced tonight than any other night. So let's just not go there. Let's just not go there. And of course, some news came out of Baltimore today related to that as well. And Chavez, don't you push it? Some news came out of Baltimore today related to that, and it's just been a gut-wrenching time here to be a sports fan in the state of Maryland. But anyway, we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on the positive tonight, and the positive, the overwhelming positive, is that tonight, over a year after this product's release, we are finally debuting Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, not 2020, 2024 here on the stream. On the strength of endorsements from a few streamers and some other trusted friends of the stream here, we're hearing the same thing from pretty much everyone. It's finally ready. It's finally got most of the worst bugs and kinks worked out, and it's finally ready and fairly stable. Knock on wood. Knock on wood, but fairly stable and flyable and streamable, and we should have a good time. Now, it's not completely bug free in my installation just yet. We're working on little things like missing textures and FSLTL models and things like that. But that's all right. Now, I mean, that's kind of, those aren't showstoppers. Those are just minor annoyances. The beauty of it is that the Piper Comanche, and I've taken this thing up for a few laps around the pattern and a couple little test flights off stream as I was working on configuring all the controls. I tell you what, man, it flies beautifully. It's suddenly back to feeling like an organic aircraft, not moving on a calculated trajectory, but just kind of floating through of viscid fluid that is our atmosphere. And it feels like that in this sim now. And it was eye-opening. Coming down over the numbers, and I'm like, hello, ground effect, my goodness. I don't know if that's exaggerated or if it's back to feeling like it should or what. I'm going to have to adjust my technique a little bit. And I do, by the way, I am prepared. I do have a landing stats monitor running in this sim. It's not the same one that I had in the other sim in 2020. It is a different landing stats monitor, and we'll see. We'll play with this one for a little while, and if we decide we like it, we'll leave it. If we decide we want to try a different one, we'll do that. But for right now, at least I do have something that we can use as a basis for our landing rate raffle entries tonight. So we'll be doing that as we normally do. The other thing we're going to do tonight, we were going to be up in the Boston Virtual ARTCC continuing the VFR Wings Over New England training series. However, it is not in the least visual conditions up in Boston. There's two things I could do, right? There's number one, I could manipulate the weather. I don't like doing that. You have to leave temperature the same, you have to leave pressure the same, you have to leave wind the same, but you can modify cloud bases and visibility. But I don't like doing that because the controllers, especially up in Boston, are very much like, trying to give you instructions as though the conditions are what they are. And when you have to kind of remind them, hey, that's fine, but I'm operating under different visibility than everyone else. It's annoying for them, I'm sure. and it is immersion braking for the other pilots around when they're busting out of minimums 300 above ground level when they're hearing pilots in the visual pattern. You know what I mean? It's not ideal. So yeah, so that's what we're dealing with up there, and the other thing I could have done is I could just start on the IFR ones, right? The IFR ones are meant to be flown in instrument conditions. However, in terms of wanting to get this on YouTube as a series usable for people to track through the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England program, an updated version of that series from the one I did 7 years ago, must be 5 years ago. I think it was 2021. Yeah, so 5 years ago. I want to do an updated series, but just for cleanliness, just for I don't know, keep it organized and in order. I just prefer that we're going to do them in order. So we'll wait. We've got another night on the calendar this coming Monday to attempt the next several flights in the series up here. And so we'll keep our fingers crossed for more favorable weather on Monday night. We'll be back in this very same plane and probably back in this very same sim. What we are going to do is we are going to start the Honolulu version. You know, Atlanta also has a version of this, what they call Pilot Passport Challenge, but now Honolulu Control Facility has a version of the Pilot Passport Challenge. And the way it works is you go to the VHCF.net website in this case, and, you know, this is the home of their website, but if you go under Pilots and at the bottom, you have what they call the Pilot Passport Challenge, and you have 3 different enrollments. You get, in this case, it's Hawaii big airports, Hawaii small airports, and Guam. So we've got some interesting, we got a night that we're going to have to plan at some point to visit the area around Guam. So we'll put that on the calendar in advance and see if we can get a controller over there for us. That would be interesting. But tonight's kind of impromptu. We showed up here more or less unannounced, again, because it was a last-minute change in our plan. We do have a tower controller down at, we had a tower controller down at Hilo, although we're not planning on visiting there this evening anyway, but that seems like that person has called it a day. So we may or may not see VATSIM air traffic control here where we are right now, but at the very least, we'll tick off some of the airports that are on this list. The big airports, and of course, you know, once you enroll, there's no reason you shouldn't enroll in all of them, just for the funsies of it. There's no drawback to enrolling, even if you don't plan to complete them. But the big airports list are the ones, you know, kind of the usual suspects. Honolulu, I forget the name of this military field just west of Honolulu. I don't know all these off the top of my head. This is Lihue, this is Molokai, this is Hilo over here, this is Maui, and that's Kona. A couple of them there that I don't recognize just by sight. And it does annoy me that they put the IATA code rather than the ICAO codes. These I wish they put the ICAOs. But then over on the small airports list, we have, this is where we're starting tonight. I can't even remember the name of it right now. This one up here. Kalaupapa, that's where we're going to start tonight on the north side of the island of Molokai. We'll pop down across the Kaloi Channel to Lanai, then north and east onto the island of Maui to Kapalua. We've done quite a bit of flying around Maui, so we've stopped at Kapalua Airport before. We're going to go over or through the Maui's Class Charlie, Kahului Class Charlie, to Hana. Again, we visited there as we circumnavigated this island before. And then we'll jump down to the big island here where we'll stop at Upolu Point. We've done a lot of navigation using the Upolu Point VOR, but I don't think we've ever stopped at the airport. And then we'll make our way up to Waimea Kohala. And then we will continue, we'll end the night at this. This is the Army training field that they use. And I believe that they use it for the purpose of training high altitude operations. Right there just south and west of the peak there. So that's where we'll plan to end. About 150 miles. So it's going to be pretty similar in terms of our river run streams, in terms of the distance and number of stops. So we should be able to hit all these tonight. And that'll be our plan. And we do, like I said, we do have the first one logged, and everything else on tonight's itinerary is on this list here. So we're going to knock out a good portion of this list this evening. We also have our slant artwork adventure, new channel activity, well, resurrected channel activity that we've recently resurrected using ChatGPT this time. It does a little better job than the art generator that we were using before. But basically, we form a description that gets plugged into an artwork generator, AI artwork generator, ChatGPT in this case. And we come up with a thumbnail for the stream that's going to be representative of what we're doing that evening. So to start off tonight, we've got my furry co-pilot, Finley. He's at the controls of the Piper Comanche lifting off from a small strip here in Hawaii. So anything you'd like to do to add to or modify that image, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the little alphabet serial icon that represents our channel points, and you got the button next to that tells you how many you have, and click on that. You have the option to cash in 500 of those and get yourself in the queue to make a suggestion to add to or modify this image in whatever way you would like. Again, a few words or sentence, not a paragraph, but bit by bit we'll add to this image over the course of the evening, and so you can just let me know by cashing in those channel points. Iowa Scotsman wants to get in on that right away, so let's go ahead and hear what you've got to say, Iowa Scotsman, on that. And meantime, let's stop and say hi to some friends that have stopped into the chat. Chavez, we already said hi to you, but yeah, I'm good to have you here. Just I'm willing to put that game Sunday night behind me. But yeah, good to have you back in the chat as always. Oh, he should be wearing a lei. Yeah, it's a good question. How is that spelled in the Hawaiian sense? I believe it's just L-A-Y, Iowa Scotsman. I'm not certain about that, but I got what you're saying. L-E-I, maybe. I should probably look that up. I don't want ChatGPT to screw that up. What's the name of the ring of flowers people wear in Hawaii? L-E-I. Okay, there we go. I was right the second time. But anyway, so yeah, R6 Chavez, good to have you here. CB Flyer stopping in, says evening saying, says, speaking of non-VFR, Atlanta was socked in with fog. Yeah, and had to use one runway for departures and one for arrivals because it was less than 600 feet runway visual range. Holy cow. That's crazy. What they do? One on the north end, one on the south end, just to keep them apart from each other. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I was gonna decide to knock out some of the GA, the Bug Smasher ones from Atlanta Passport Challenge, but kind of the same situation where it was all IMC down there, at least in the part of the airspace that we needed to be in for that. So I decided to move our operations out to Hawaii. Now you can see the wind might be a challenge. You can see that windsock basically standing on its end there. So we might have some different weather challenges. And an Iowa Scotsman stopped in, of course, and we're going to work on that modification right now. Nine left and right. Okay. So, there was a picture in my Discord yesterday morning. That was you? Okay. Oh, okay. I don't know. You've just now posted an image. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. That is insane. That's, what this reminds me of. You know how, when there's a blizzard coming, people put little stuff out in their yard to kind of measure how high the snow is getting. That's what this looks like, a little toy city in someone's backyard with a fresh layer of snow over top of it. Oh, it's halfway up the buildings now. Oh my gosh. That is wild. All right, Iowa Scotsman, I think we got it. Looks like they kind of double wrapped it just to have it fitting snugly around his neck and not getting in the way of his controls, but that's not bad. All right, let's get to it. So yeah, we're in Flight Sim 2024, so the walk around is all going to be done in the Sim's native walk around mode. This will be a little bit of a change for us. Let's go back to the briefing and resume. Oh my goodness! I don't know. We rocked our plane up onto its tail there for a second, but we're good. All right. Well, let's go ahead, and I don't know if I can really do the whole complete walk around exactly the way as I used to do it here. We were not in the cockpit. Oh, hold on. There was one weird thing with the mouse. There we are. We're not in the cockpit, so I don't have the ability to maneuver the flaps controls. Ordinarily, we would test the flap in all of its different positions and make sure that it wasn't too loose. But I don't really have the ability to do that. We should be able to... should be able to grab the aileron. Why am I not able to... should be able to grab the aileron. Why am I not able to grab the aileron here? Am I able to grab... Okay, grab the... Oh, we got Kitty Monster here. Not able to grab the aileron and test that for movement, so I'm not sure why not. We could put some fuel in the... No, it's not letting me interact with that either. What's going on? Is there some sort of glitch here? So it should let me do a like a sump check. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff it's not letting me interact with right now. Wonder if we come in. Yeah, the control lock's not on. Oh, weird. Okay, there's something going on. Something going on. That's not letting me interact with a lot of stuff. Let me I'm going to try to end the flight, go back to the main menu, and resume it. Let's disconnect from VATSIM for a second. So we'll start it over, really. Where are we? PH what? PHLU. And I did kind of modify my position. I did slew. Yeah, because I didn't want to park in the... Well, we parked more like there. Yeah, okay, ramp position 2. Okay, start flight. Scott says it can't get into sim brief. Something strange going on. Not related to this, I don't think. Rest in peace 2024. I waited a year before even purchasing Flight Sim 2020. Yeah, I purchased right away. In both cases, I purchased the 2020 right away, and I purchased 2024 right away. But yeah, we did wait to stream it for definitely. Okay, all right. Well, I can grab that flap now. I just can't move it. Okay, but now I can move the aileron at least. And we can verify that it moves freely, doesn't rubber catch anywhere. So now I can... Alright, yeah, now I can open that up, although we're not going to put any fuel in it. If I needed to do a sump check, I can do that here. I haven't figured out how to get to the this test for the main tank, though. I haven't quite figured out how to get into position to do that. Let's see, we got tie down. And wheel chocks, I guess I'm not close enough to get to the wheel chocks there. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't force kind of reasonable distance to interact with certain pieces. We got no obstructions in the intake, and the propeller looks good. We'll do a check of the oil. Yeah, Scott says I love 24 for free flight and waiting for career mode. Yeah, I mean, for me, the career mode's not something I'm really even have any interest in. You know, our career is on VATSIM in this stream, so I don't really worry about that. But yeah, I do hear that has a lot of bugs. But at least for free flight on VATSIM, we hear that it's relatively okay. So I'm gonna do the fuel once we get inside. I'll set the fuel load, but that's where we would have checked to make sure the fuel load is adequate and correct color and type and all that stuff. And again, I don't know how to get to the sump check underneath the plane for the main tanks. I mean, even if we crouch down from this position, I'm not able to crouch down low enough to get to it, so I don't know. We can do an oil check. Should have at least 9 quarts cold and nice light color. Oh, it looks like we might need to add. It's right at 9. It's good. All right, and then we'll have the left-hand fuel tank. Again, we poke our head down, make sure we have as much fuel as we think we do, make sure it's the correct color and consistency. Over here we got the other tie down. We got the pitot cover. We've got the fuel tank on the far side. I'm not going to worry about. Oh, no, we got 2 planes sitting there with the missing textures. Okay. Oh well. Little by little, we'll fix this stuff. Aileron moves freely without catching or rubbing. Again, flap. I guess all we can test is that it doesn't. It feels secure. Static port appears to be unblocked. We can come around the back. Grab the horizontal surface. Whoop, can we not? Okay, horizontal surface moves. Vertical surface moves, but not as freely. We'll get that last tie down up. And then for loading baggage, I do like that it doesn't just depict all of the stuff. Like when I choose, obviously if it's just going to be me flying, we'll take toolkit, duffel bag, but we're going to leave all this stuff here. But I like when you close the door, it takes that stuff away. It's not like we're leaving suitcases and purses around the aircraft. So a little bit more, less immersion braking with that. All right, and then let's go ahead and unlatch, and we can get in. All right, so that was yeah, a little bit more of a kind of a realistic walk around than we used to do with the old tablet. Again, didn't really interact with the fuel like as much as I did. Didn't really interact with the sump on the center tanks. Don't know how to get to that. Didn't really test the flaps, but we can we can test the control movement when we get to that point, and we'll be okay there. Not going to do the second walk around that I used to do to check the lights. That's one thing that we used to do with the old version. Oh, I got to sync controls here. Okay, yeah, they're all where they need to be. Props can be full forward. The rest of those are all synced. Yeah, and the control setting worked very nicely for this plane. I haven't quite figured out how to set controls for other planes without screwing up the controls for this plane. So that's more research I need to do. But at the very least, I got all the controls. Every single knob and button that I had mapped in 2020, I have mapped in 2024 for this aircraft, at the very least. So what are we going to do first here? Oh yeah, and let's go into the tablet now, and then let's set the fuel. Won't have anybody with us here. Let's just do 20 gallons. 20 gallons in each is fine, and yeah, that's fine. Alright, we checked circuit breakers, none are propped. Let's get the battery switch on. Beacon and nav lights on. Throttle and mix can go forward while we'll run the fuel pump for just a few moments. Did I get the fuel valves open? Yeah, I did. Alright. So we'll wait for the fuel pressure to come up. There we go, up to 5. We'll go ahead and pull the primer. Just about 3 times probably. Okay, lock the primer. Magnetos to, oh, actually, we can close the door. We'll leave the windows open, though, so that these guys outside... I mean, you know, ordinarily you'd kind of shoo this guy away before you are ready to start up your prop there, but... Oh, I never did figure out the starter, so I got to hit the starter by the button here. So the starter is one thing I did not get sorted out. Oh, and the parking brake. Why isn't the parking brake set? There we go. Okay, throttle can come back down to about 10%. Engage the starter. Okay, there we go. Mix down to, RPM's down to 1,000. And we'll lean the mix out to the point where it starts to drop there. And note that the oil pressure did come up right away, and the fuel pressure remains, but even if we turn off the electric pump now, fuel pressure should be self-sustaining at this point. Alright, avionics. Com 1 nav 1. Com 2 nav 2. We'll just turn that right on into altitude mode and turn on the ADF. Okay, still no VATSIM air traffic control here. I never look at this engine monitor except for the cylinder head temps, so I just clear the warnings, and yeah, it's going to tell me about stuff, but I really just look at it for the cylinder head temps. What else we got here? Let's adjust our directional gyro. We're parked at about a 12 or thereabouts. Yeah, and this always comes up kind of randomly. Like a 12 there. Okay, it looks like we're going to be taking off to in the runway 5 direction, so... Uh-oh, did my controls not save when I... Alpha planes, PA24 Alpha, heading. Yeah, okay, didn't save. Increase and then decrease heading bug. Okay, and then OBS. Increase VO1 OBS that way. Decrease that way. Go back. Okay, yeah, now they work again. Alright, I guess I just have to make sure I go out to that main menu where I can save those, resave those with that change. Wait a minute, why is it changing this one now? Oh, weird. So for right, turning it right, I selected the right one. For turning it left, I selected the wrong one. That's funny. I got the heading bug right at least, didn't I? Alright, that's funny. So I gotta go back into that and fix that. Oop, overshot it. Alpha search by input. Decrease VOR2 OBS, yeah. Let's go under settings and delete that assign control. And then let's oh, hold on. Got stuck in that menu. For the alpha OBS. Increase VOR1, decrease VOR1. That should be there. Okay, there we go. Now we've got free reign over that, and I can put this back to 0 just for the aesthetics of it. That was funny. That threw me for a loop for a second, didn't it? Alright, so again, parked at about a 12, and we're looking at about a 12. We can get the altimeter setting here. Meets our pH. I keep forgetting where we are. pH. Oh, well, I'm not. Let's get back on. Let's get back on VATSIM first of all. PHLU. No. Well, nearest one is PHMK. Yeah, 050 at 13 gust to 23, so that we're seeing that's something similar to that here. 2995 is the altimeter setting, so we'll assume it's close to that here. We can cross-reference it by the field elevation. The field elevation's next to nothing, you know, almost sea level, because we're almost at the sea, so that makes sense. And let's just confirm that on the chart. 24 feet above mean sea level. Yeah, so that's, yeah, I mean, that's roughly what's showing on our gauge. Yeah, maybe we're showing a little bit lower than that, but that's fine. It's close enough. Let's do a, uh-oh. Say let's do a flight control check, but alpha axes are not set. Brakes are set. We know that the Bravo's working. Axis unassigned. Well, let's just do this. Aileron. Aileron's axis, yeah, unassigned. Why? Guess this is why you do a flight control check, huh? Elevator axis. Okay. Good. Okay, now we're good there. Elevators. Okay. And trim, I've got one. Oh, nope. Trim I don't have set. Do I have it set here? Okay, trim I've got set here, but I don't have it on the thumb switch. I know that in this plane I really should be using the wheel, but I do like having it on the thumb switch if I'm using my right hand for mouse control, for view control. I like having the trim. Alright, so I will just need to figure out how to go back and resave all those changes. Okay, but now I have it on both the wheel. Oops, I bumped the, what did I bump? The mix. Bump the throttle slightly. Yeah, I like having it on both the wheel and the thumb switch there. Alright, I think we're ready, finally. Last piece to check is the communication. 22.9er is our common traffic advisory frequency here at Kalaupapa. And then down here it's
I'm gonna need some pliers.
Also 22.9er.
Set of 30-weight ball bearings.
Melvin is here. How are you, Melvin?
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
So 22.9er is going to be for both of our first origin and our first stop. Are both on 22.9er. And then let's monitor 21.5, the guard frequency, just in case we need to. Alright. So, and then let me, before we rock and roll here, settings, controls, let's look at all assigned. Okay, so here's the ones we just added. We got decreased. We got the heading. Okay, heading bug. Yeah, okay. So all the stuff that we added today is now in there. So let's just make sure that's all now saved. Okay, all right. I think we're good. Rookie 31st is here. Okay, so I released the parking brake, but maybe I need to tap those too. No? Did I leave a wheel truck connected? Can't get out of the plane. Can't open the door, and it will let me get out of the plane anyway. Yeah, it will. Okay. Okay, that wheel truck is out of the way. Ah, that one's still on. Okay. Well, there's your problem. Move it. Not letting me move it now. I wonder if I've got to shut the plane down. We might not get to all our stops tonight. Alright, before we do all that, let's get avionics all shut off. Throttles. Mix. Mags. Parking brake is set. Lights and battery. Alright, now that we can actually get out of the plane, let's see if it'll let me move that other set of chocks now. No, it's not going to let me... I have to do it from this side? Probably could have done it from that side without shutting the plane down then. Alright, back into the plane we go. Let's try this again, friends. Battery, beacon, nav, fuel pump, fuel pressure came up right away, so probably don't need to reprime it. Clear, clear, clear. Clear, clear, clear. No, I got the tie down. It was curled up on the ground. It was just the truck. All right, avionics, fuel pump back off. Comm radios back on. ADF back on. 22.9, 21.5, monitoring both transmitting and receiving comm 1. Directional gyro still correctly set. Alright, and then let's... So we'll just go, we'll call it a right... Well, let's follow the correct... Oh, it is a right pattern. Oh, it's a right pattern off of 2-3. So let's respect the pattern. We'll do a left-hand circuit around and then southbound. So if we end up there-ish, our own course is going to be 164. So we'll set that. The heading bug. Alright. Kalaupapa traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 5 for VFR departure. Kalaupapa. Oh, you're kidding me. Was the right tie down still on? I was looking at the left one. V1 rotate. You were correct after all. Alright, is that door latched? Alright, good. You were correct after all. I should trust my stream viewers more.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Kalaupapa traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor will be back taxiing runway 5 for VFR departure to the south. Kalaupapa. Since we're entering the runway, we'll go ahead and get strobes on. We neither hear nor see any other traffic in the pattern. reconfirm trim and flap sets. Mix can go full. Oh, I should have. Well, we got a little. Fortunately, we got a little pull off area down here. I forgot to do a run up. And after having having been idling that long and shutting down and restarting the plane, I definitely want to make sure we do a run up here. Kalaupapa traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor will be in the hold pad on the runway 5 departure end. Kalaupapa. Parking brakes are on. Let's run the engines up to about 2,000. Let's do this with the mixed leans, how I like to do this first part here, because that'll help. High power and lean mixture will kind of help us burn off any of those carbon deposits that might have built up on the spark plug tips while we were fiddling around with everything there. Well, we're almost an hour into the stream before we even get rolling here. Well, I don't know if we're going to hit all the stops I wanted to hit tonight, but we'll do our best. Alright, mix can go to full now. We'll readjust for 2,000 RPMs. Do our mag check. Alright. That's got left mag drops just over 100, 110 RPM drop there, maybe. That one's a little bit less, like a 90 RPM drop there, so we're okay. We can do carb heat check. Yeah, carb heat incurs an RPM loss as well, so we're good. Kalaupapa traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. Just departing runway 5, we'll go enter a left pattern before departing the area to the south. Left pattern off of runway 5, Kalaupapa. Alright, forward facing lights on, pitot heat, fuel pump on. Another visual check for traffic on final or on the runway. And our takeoff power is set. There's 80 miles an hour. Look how smoothly that we're getting, knock on wood, we're getting very good smooth sim performance and very good smooth aircraft response here. Okay, and once we're certain we don't need to return to pavement, flaps, gear can come up. And flaps. I'm going to back the RPMs off the red line just a little bit. Fuel pump can come off. Kalaupapa traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 5, entering the left crosswind. We're going to go one lap around the pattern and depart on the left base to the south. Kalaupapa. Yeah, we're pitching for about a 105 knot climb. That's where this plane likes to climb optimally. 24 on the RPMs, 24 on the manifold. Bring it the rest of the way up to pattern altitude, and then we'll turn to our downwind. We'll keep it here at pattern altitude for now. Man, it just feels like a plane. It doesn't feel like it's flying a calculated trajectory. It feels like it's flying through a viscous atmosphere. It's awesome. All right, well, I guess we gotta keep climbing. Kalaupapa traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the left downwind. We'll be climbing up out of pattern altitude and then turning southbound west of the airport, Kalaupapa. So 24 and 24. Let's turn that speed back into climb performance. Pitch back up to a 105. Forgot about this ridge. We visited this airport before. Forgot about that ridge there that you got to get through. And then what do we got airspace consideration wise? West of here we got a class Delta that goes up to 3,000 feet. So let's maybe aim for 3,500 and then turn south. Make sure manifold pressure stays up at 24. So yeah, we're going to be over top of the Molokai class Delta airspace. But let's make sure we are. Alright, there's 3,000 feet. So at this point, we can go ahead and turn on course. Molokai's 25.7 to communicate. So I'm just going to just let traffic there know that we're climbing over top of them. Molokai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 3,500 transition in the airspace north to south to Molokai. Alright, we wound up way west of where we intended to. So I would say we probably need to go left of that bug. But we can kind of see that we're turning toward our next destination. Probably going right over top of Molokai Airport. Oh, yeah, there's Molokai Airport. Alright, airspeed's coming up. We can reduce to our cruise settings. We'll do 22, 22, and 14. Yeah, it is indeed handling very, very smoothly. So yeah, we wound up kind of way west of where we originally intended to be. We're coming over top of the airport now, so we really want to be on about a 150. AJ Scott's back with us. AJ, good to see you. Really want to be on about a 150 to head down to Lanai. And we can visually confirm that. Obviously, we see the islands over there, so. We're at our cruise altitude, so we can turn the seatbelt lights off. Just kidding. AJ, yeah, so we this is our debut of Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Finally, a year after purchase, we're finally flying the new sim. I even hesitate to use the word new in that context. New to us. Yeah, and we've run into a few little minor glitches. Couple little glitches because apparently I didn't save my last round of changes to my controls, but I think I've got everything dialed in now. A couple little glitches with mouse interactions in the cockpit. Couple little glitches because I left static elements on the plane that didn't allow us to taxi. AJ, the handling, the feeling. Number one, I'm getting a lot better performance in terms of frame rates, so it's feeling like it's a lot smoother just from that standpoint. But just the overall, like the flight model feels a lot more organic. Like I've said it a couple times, but I'll repeat it for the guys that are just arriving here. This plane, this A2A Comanche at least, and I haven't. This is the only plane I've flown in the sim so far. The A2A Comanche feels very much more like it's pushing through a viscous atmosphere versus flying a calculated trajectory. Molokai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is now south of the Delta 3500, leaving the area. Molokai. Alright, so we've made our final announcement on 25.7. We're going to go ahead and dial up the common traffic advisory frequency for Lanai. We'll make our call when we get over the shoreline of the island. Field elevation there's 1308, and it is a 220 at 10, so we probably want to enter a right base. Now we want to do a left traffic pattern to do things the right way at Lanai. We want to do a left traffic pattern. We'll overfly midfield, so we'll do the full teardrop. So we want to end up on a left downwind, left base, and left turn to final for runway 22, or whatever the runway is there. So we'll overfly midfield, and then we'll circle around down this way, and we'll join 45 to the left downwind that way. Or, I'll tell you what we can do. Yeah, Florida, this is the 2024 version of the Comanche. I went ahead and did the upgrade for this. I did the upgrade for the BAE 146. I did the upgrade for the Lear. And I went ahead and got the 787-800. So we'll be going back to flying the 800 instead of the 700 once we get that working in flights in 2024 also. So the only thing I'm really waiting on is the DC-6. I've copied it over, and I've heard that I've heard most people say, hey, you know, it's got a few quirks, but you can make it work in the new sim. And then PMDG, obviously, they wanted to get the 737 out first, get big moneymaker going, but they have continued to say that they do plan to complete the port over work for the DC-6 into 2024 as well. So it works, but it's not officially supported. But that official support is eventually coming. And the other four that we fly regularly on the stream, you know, are officially released in 2024 versions. This plane, the Lear, the BAE, and the 738, I should say. For Fridays now, I have tried to fly the Lear in 2024. I ran into a lot of difficulties with A, with control assignments, but B, with just other weird quirks of the Lear in 2024 I haven't quite worked through yet. So for Friday's stream, we're going to be back in the Learjet. I may, very likely, opt just to return to flights in 2020 for that stream. I don't 100% know that I'm going to be ready to fly the Lear in the new sim just yet. Looks like we need to drop a little bit below the cloud bases here. Am I a third of a mile from these clouds? Yeah, sure. Ish. And instead of doing that teardrop pattern, I'm just going to kind of go around the shoreline to the south and east. Once I get kind of due south of the airport, I'll turn in. Field elevation we said was 13. So 23 is our target for field elevation, for pattern elevation rather. Yeah, does my camera work here? Yeah. Oh, that's funny, that made the sounds louder. Oh, it's fixed itself. Alright, so target is 2300. And then what's the... It's a runway 3 and 2-1 there. And we're going to land in the 2-1 direction. Okay, coming up on 2300, so let's pitch to level. Return to our cruise settings, 22, 22, 14 gallons. There's our airport. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 2,300. We're navigating around the southern tip of the island, and then we're going to join a left downwind for runway 21. Full stop, Lanai. Alright, 22, 22, 14. Settled right in at or near 2300. I mean, honestly, we could probably bang a straight in. Well, no, we're not going to bang a straight in because we're not landing in that direction. We're landing in the other direction. So yeah, that'd be dumb. Let's not do that. By the way, those of you joining the stream late, we are also working on our slant artwork adventure for the evening. And basically the way that works is we generate a description that we throw in the chat GPT. We have it create an AI image based on that description. I'll show it to you how it stands now, and then if you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel you got the alphabet serial icon, and you got the button that tells you how many you have. Can click on that button to cash in 500, get in on the queue. Rookie 31st wants to add to our image. Rookie 31st, here's where we stand right now. This is the furry co-pilot Finley, wearing a lei, piloting a Piper Comanche as he departs from a Hawaiian airstrip. So let me know what you want to add to that. Alright, we're back at pattern altitude. Man, we got to start slowing down. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is just entering a left downwind for runway 21. Full stop, Lanai. Cute picture. I'd be ashamed to spoil it. Well, You know, I post all of these to the Discord. I post the entire series to the Discord, so you can always enjoy the earlier ones if you hate them, what we do to the later ones. But yeah, you can go ahead and do something to it. Go ahead. I've picked up a few hundred extra feet here. Gonna add a cat somewhere? Oh god. Well, then that would be furious barking on his part as well. All right, we're under the white arc. We can go flaps and gear. We'll call him midfield. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield, full stop, runway 21, Lanai. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command on this channel for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that it means a descent rate either way, and the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our next landing rate raffle, which will be pulled. We pull it toward the end of each month, and the next one will be January 30th, I believe. Yeah, the Soviet green panel qual-up, yeah. January 30th, I believe, is the correct date for the next one. That's going to be, yeah, that's Friday. That's going to be the Northeast Corridor Air Traffic Control Stream. So that is certainly when that next one will be. We've got the second notch of flaps coming in. And we're not quite ready to turn base yet. Hey, we got the raid coming in from Rat Hole 80. Rat Hole 80, thank you very kindly for the raid. Appreciate it. We're flying Flight Sim 2024 for the very first time. We finally made the plunge and switched from 2020 to 2024. We're about to land at Lanai Airport in Hawaii. So you guys that have just joined, if you want to put a number into the chat, no bot command necessary, just a number, positive or negative, minus sign optional. We know that you mean a descent rate either way. It represents your guess as to the descent rate in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface here at Lanai. The closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our next landing rate raffle, which we'll pull the winner of on January the 30th stream, and you don't need to be here to win. So keep those guesses coming. They've got to be... I'm just about to turn base now, so we need to get those guesses in now. Or base to final, rather. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, left base to final now, runway 21, full stop, Lanai. Mixing props full. Fuel pump can come on. Let's get the excess speed now. Now, I've found when I did some test flying in this that the ground effect is very, very pronounced in this aircraft and this sim. Much more than we've been used to. So I'm going to have to do a very much more pronounced reduction of power here as we come up on the touchdown zone. Let's correct center line just a touch as well. I feel like I'm a little bit low. Power, I think we're going to leave it right where it is. All right, that was pretty squeaky. It'll make it easier to float for Butters and Skinny. Yeah, well, it had been making my landings extremely floaty, but what I had realized was I just needed to do more of a power reduction, but I came in nice and slow speed too, so a little bit low in altitude, a little bit low in speed, and then we did kind of float it on here. Let's go ahead and get clear and clean. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear, runway 21, Lanai. flaps, strobes, landing lights, pitot, and fuel pump. And let's lean the mix out to the point where the RPM drops. There we are. Fortunately, no missing textures on any of these aircraft. Yeah, I don't have any custom scenery in this sim. If you're asking about the plane, Tim Dog, yes, this is the 2024, the newly released 2024 version of the Comanche for 2024. Godfriends is saying, what's been the most immediate change you've noticed in 24? Oh, hold on. That's one. Realistic application of parking brakes. So, negatives, I'll say, is that the control assignment is extremely unintuitive, and I've had a lot of difficulty wanting to set up controls for the Lear without messing up the controls for this sim. And I know that there's a lot of stuff in the menu in terms of being able to do different profiles, but it doesn't work the way I feel like it should be, and so it's been really frustrating to try and figure out how to set controls up for one without tampering with the other. The positive is two things. Two things, and they're related to one another. Number one, the sim performance is better. The sim seems to be generating a better frame rate on my same hardware than the other sim did. So that is making the whole thing handle a lot more smoothly, which I think also contributes to the fact that this plane feels like it's a much more organic, real flight model. The plane feels less like it's flying a calculated trajectory and more like it's a real living, bobbing and weaving plane flying through a viscous atmosphere. So yeah, I'm pretty happy so far. It's just that the setting it up has been a struggle, and I kind of expected that it would be. So we'll see. The Lear seems to have a few quirks in it yet. So we'll see. For Friday's stream, my goal will be to fly it in 2024, but expect that to go back to 2020. I'm sure we're going to be using a mix of the two sims for a while until we finally get everything the way we like it for the new sim. Alright, let's do a couple of things. So Rookie 31st had asked that we modify our slant artwork adventure to add a cat in the cockpit somewhere. So we'll do that. Please modify the image to add a cat sitting on the on top of the player shield on the right. Alright, so we'll work on that. And again, if you want to get in on that project, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And that's how you get in on that. Our Slants artwork adventure. Heisenberg is here. Tim Doug says, I just switched about a month ago. The second thing is our landing prediction. So this is what I'm using right now. Very, very different little app than the one I was using for 2020. And you can see that it's a Russian native app, and it did finally, yeah, okay, so it does it does still have Russian there. I think that's supposed to say airspeed, because obviously we're on the ground right now. You can change the whole thing over to Russian if you want. But yeah, so we can see 27 was the winning number. Oh, it's aircraft. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you. So 27 is the winning number, so we'll see how that compared to your guys' guesses. We had guesses come in
Kinney. You just
of
lost.
150. 36 came from Kinney. He broke from his normal guess. 109, 132, 143, 111. So yeah, that's Kenny. Kenny, yeah. It's not rigged, Kenny. You just won. And where are we? We're at Lanai. PHNY. On 1-6. Kenny says, I learned my lesson here in GA. All right. And that should have recorded our new visit. Which one is Lanai? So yeah, I'm referring to it as PHNY, but it's on the passport challenge as it's FAA LID, which is LNY. So as we come back over here, if I refresh that, yep, there we go. We got our passport stamp for Lanai, and again, it's HCF Honolulu Control Facility is the name of the facility. VHCF.net and the Pilot Passport Challenge. All you have to do is visit each one while connected to VATSIM, and it will automatically stamp your visits. We have a similar project that we've been working on in the Atlanta ARTCC, and then the Honolulu has adopted it as well. So that's what we're working on for this evening. All right, well, let's get back in. Let's get stop number 2 underway. Leg number 2 underway. Well, Rookie 31st, first of all, let's check out what ChatGPT did. Yeah, we got the cat sitting right up on the dashboard. So there you go. I know what modification I want to make to this image next, but we'll see what you guys come up with. And again, if you want to get in on that action, it's 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Cash in this 500 to get in on the queue, and then whenever I get the opportunity, I'll call your name out. You can let me know how you'd like to modify that image. Our next leg is going to take us up to Kapalua. So Lanai to Kapalua, the very western end of Maui island of Maui. We've been to this airport a number of times on stream. It is a private airport, and there's no CTAF listed on the chart, so that automatically means it's 122.9er, which is the same as what we got down here at Lanai. So we'll just simply remain on 122.9er the entire way. We'll plan on a left downwind departure off of runway 21. And then is there any way we may just have to overfly there? So the wind there is 08. The wind is there from the north and the east. We may have to do an overflight and just join a left traffic pattern. We'll do an overflight to kind of inspect the windsock, and then as long as it's consistent with that north and east direction, we'll plan on landing there. If I right click, open a new tab. So 2 and 2 0, 3,000 foot. Okay. So we'll plan on a left close traffic to runway 2, but we'll kind of enter straight in 500 above pattern altitude, and then we'll circle up to the north and west to join the downwind from the pattern. AJ's going to head out for a little bit. Heisenberg, what do you want to add to that image before we get rolling? All right, we got weather considerations here. We need a headset on the pooch, says Heisenberg. Okay. All right, Heisenberg, we got that chewing. By the way, for those of you who just came over and are new to the stream, in terms of the drawing that you guys were trying to get an entry into Kenny Monster Beach out, but in case you stick around and you get an entry into our landing rate drawing, we're going to pull the winner of that on January the 30th during our Northeast Corridor Air Traffic Control stream. And if your name happens to come out of the fishbowl that day, what you win is your choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. Our Slant Alpha branded t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or if you don't win any of that garbage, you can choose an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. So we do play for real prizes on this stream, real actual stuff. If you choose any of the branded merch, I do ship that to you at my expense, not yours. So, yeah, some good fun stuff to play for here on the stream if you happen to get in on the... Yeah, Melvin, I had to restock the hats, so that's why the delay. I haven't gotten that out to you yet because I'm waiting on a few more of those to arrive here at the Slant Alpha household. And then I owe somebody a mouse pad. I don't remember who I owe the mouse pad, but I'm going to get those to the post office probably at the same time. So whoever I owe the mouse pad to, I forget. But it hasn't shipped yet, but I will let you know. R6 Travis says, I found my hat. I had lost it for a bit there. I'm glad that you got it back. All right, let's... So we said the field elevation here is 1308, and it's reading lower than that. We're going to set it by field elevation rather than by METAR. And then we're parked at about a 035, and yeah, we've processed about 5 degrees ahead of that, so we'll back that up to there. We're good. We can set flaps for departure. We can set trim for departure. And we got communications set already, and we are good. We'll come around the back end of that guy. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor will be back taxiing to runway 3 for a VFR northbound departure, Lanai. We got some pretty horrendous weather rolling in here. We gotta be careful. Alright, since we are about to take the runway, we have not seen any other traffic in the pattern, we have not heard any other traffic in the pattern. Oh, before we rock and roll, let's real quick do a run up here. I don't think we got to do the prop lever check again. Probably not the carb heat check. Well, we'll do the carb heat check. Really, just more important is the magneto check here. Okay, we're good. We've already made our CTAF call. We're not rocking and rolling yet, but we are taking the runway, so we'll get the strobes on. And we're taking off on a runway. Oh, I said 3. Correction for Lanai traffic. Comanche 514 Delta Victor's back taxiing runway 21. We're going to depart in a 2-1 direction on the left downwind for the VFR northbound departure, Lanai. So taking off in a 2-1 direction, we'll taxi in a runway 3 direction. And since we are about to rock and roll, we got the landing lights on. Oh, overshot. Alright, P2 fuel pump, landing lights. And takeoff power. . Okay, once we are certain we do not need to return to pavement, gear can come in. Flaps can come in, fuel pump can come off. RPM's down to 24. Manifold to 24. Pitch to 105 and start the turn. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 21, entering left crosswind, and then we're going to take a left downwind to the north and east. Lanai. On course is about a 045. So a little bit to the right of the downwind heading. Oh, yeah, we're entering a crosswind. Let's do a good scan for traffic, and then we'll turn on to the downwind heading. I don't think we want to go any higher than 2,500 here. I'm concerned about this cloud base. And I'm going to reduce to cruise power, trim level. Trim actually for us a very, very gradual descent, get back to 25. Make sure we're not in trouble with that cloud base there. And then we're turning out to the east because of the terrain. So 22, 22, 14. And coming back down to 2,500. Did we get the flaps up? Yeah, we did. Lanai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is leaving the area to the east. Lanai. 2,500 I should have said also, but... Alright, it sounds like... And my hearing's not what it used to be. I don't have it cranked up very loud in the headset either. But it sounds like we're getting some gusty winds. And kind of a drastic lighting change there for a second. Alright, yeah, I'm picking up altitude by accident here. Let's get back down to, first of all, let's get back on our on-course heading. So what is this? So guys that have flown 2024 for a while, what am I hearing? Is that wind gusts? It's kind of scary. I realized just now I never came back to check the result of that image modification. So who put the Heisenberg? You put the headset on? There we go. And I did. I took a little liberty to make sure that it was, an old vintage beat up headset. So I flexed a little on my creative license there for you, making sure that it was a headset that fit the mold. So again, if you guys want to get in on that action in terms of the Slants Artwork Adventure, it's 500 Twitch channel points, aka Alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you got the button next to the Alphabet serial icon that allows you to cash those in and get in on that request. Manifold pressure has increased because we kind of have shedded off quite a bit of altitude here. We're going to try and trim up just a touch and get back up to 1500 hour. Field elevation at Kapalua is 256. So we're going to call it, we'll call it 1300 in terms of the pattern altitude. Well, we're essentially at 15 now. That looks like the weather on the western side of that island is fairly clear, so that's good. So Heisenberg says the noise might go away if you plug your headset in on the sim. Okay, that's fine. However, I kind of like if the coming and going of that is indeed a simulation of wind gusts. I kind of like having that. Kind of like the sensation of those wind gusts happening in my head, so that I have. Obviously, I can't feel what's going on with the aircraft, but man, hearing those vicious sounding wind gusts come in really does kind of almost give you a physical feel of it. Manifold's 22, RPM's 22, leaned to 14 gallons. Alright, now we're picking up a little too much altitude. And we said that the airport at Kapalua is a 020. Oh, I didn't mean to do the green arrow there. And I think this might be it here. It's pretty much right on the shore, just inside of the town. Maury is with us. Maury, welcome. Good to see you. So, yeah, I don't think that's the runway. The runway's maybe in a little bit further from... Is our runway over here, maybe? This might be what is marked as resort. This might be... there's a couple different spots here. We got a little town here, we got a little town here, we got a little town here. So let's see if we can figure out. That might be the one marked as Mala. This might be the one marked resort. And so this one up here might be the one with the airport east of it. Can we kind of zoom in our binoculars? Is this the airport here, maybe? I'm thinking that's the airport there, but I'm not 100% certain. It's definitely not like jumping out at me. Yeah, so this says resort, and that definitely looks like, I live in a beach resort town. I know what beachfront high-rises look like. So I think this is the airport here. Yeah, okay, that's definitely it. Alright, so let's get back down. Let's get back down to pattern altitude. Or no, I'll tell you what. Let's stay at 2,000 here. We'll maneuver up to the north and west. We'll enter the left downwind from pattern altitude of 1,300. Yeah, suspiciously airstrippy? Yeah, indeed. Tim Dog, you want to get in on the slant artwork adventure? What do you want to modify about that image? Alright. Aviator sunglasses on the cat, Tim Dog? Okay. We'll do it. We'll do it. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's about a mile south. We're going to pass north, a mile south of the field, northbound. We're passing east of the field at 2,100 Kapalua. So we'll do a little pass here. We'll see if we can catch sight of a windsock. I think we're headed in the landing direction, but let's see if we can catch sight of a windsock too. Sorry, I completely forgot what sentence I wasn't even in the middle of. We're going to try and catch sight of a windsock. I think we're traversing it in the landing direction. Yeah, okay. That seems to bear out. And that's telling us it's a left-hand pattern. Okay, so we'll navigate north and west of the field. We want to be about 4 miles out. We feel like we were pretty much in parallel with the runway, so I know it's marked as a 02, but feels like it's closer to a 01. And our compass is aligned with our gyro still, so we're good. Let's just go 60 seconds. We'll go 2 minutes. We'll go 2 minutes. 47.5 after the hour to 49.5 after the hour. And then that'll put us about 4 miles north. And then we'll turn back in and join a left. We'll turn back in, we'll reduce the pattern altitude. You never want to descend into a traffic pattern, because that's a good way to come right down, especially in a low-wing aircraft. That is a good way to come right down on top of somebody without realizing it. So we're going to maneuver north of the field by about 4 miles. We'll descend from 2,000 to 1,300 there. And then as we're on our way back in toward the airport, we will scan to make sure that we don't see any other traffic in the pattern there. All right, Tim Dog, we got you, man. We got you. Tomcat Cruise there. So I said 47.5. So now we're at 49 after. We can. We'll bring the power back. Go ahead and enrich the mix. And then let's reduce to 1,300, and then we'll join the pattern. I'm going to start working the throttle. The throttle's down, but the prop lever up, so that'll help us. It's almost like downshifting your car into a lower gear. Come down the hill, but use the engine to keep the speed under control. That's what we're doing in the aircraft here. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. It's about 3 miles north and west of the airport. 1,600 descending, 1,300. We're going to enter a left downwind for runway 2, full stop. Kapalua. turn back toward it. I think this is it here. So we'll kind of work our way over 45-ish into a downwind. We're not at pattern altitude, but we're close to it at least. And do not see anybody else in the pattern. Do not hear anybody else in the pattern. So this is now a safer way to get down to 1300 rather than just descend right on top of a traffic pattern like that. So yeah, we're good now. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the descent rate upon touchdown. There's no bot command necessarily on this channel for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, our monthly raffle, which will next be pulled on January the 30th. We are under the white arc. I'm going to go ahead and first notch the flaps in. We're going to hold off on the gear. I don't want to slam the brakes on too much just yet. In the pattern, we can go ahead and get the fuel pump on. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield now for the full stop runway 2, Kapalua. As soon as we're ready to start descending, we'll get the second notch of flaps and the gear in. And we'll turn in kind of alongside this little trench here. A little bit of a tight left base. We'll make it happen. Got one more notch of flaps. We can go. We can drop some power. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is left downwind to left base, runway 2, full stop, Kapalua. Yeah, we maybe could have turned it in a little tighter. This is working out fine. Final notch of flaps. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final now, runway 2, full stop, Kapalua. Little extra speed. Bring it down. We do have the nose slightly offset to the right here. Hello, ground effect. Yeah, not too bad. I was trying to get the nose aligned with the pavement so that we weren't side loading the gear too much. Feel like we did a pretty good job with that. Right gear came down first on purpose. You know, crosswind technique on short final. Okay. Flaps, strobe, landing taxi, P2, and fuel pump. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear. Runway to Kapalua. Get the mix leaned out right to the point where the RPM starts to drop. And where are we parking? Okay. And then let's make sure I fully engage parking brake this time. Okay, good. Alright, so RPM's at 1,000. Mix leaned right to the point where RPM starts to drop. And flaps stowed, and we can reset trim. I think I called clear the runway. Alright, and so the G-Force with the G's app on the FlightSim 2020, the G's always underreported, and I have a feeling the same thing is going on with FlightSim 2024 and the Comanche. So we always have to discount the G's that are reported here. But 42 is the ultimate answer to the it's the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. And that question is, what was the descent rate upon touchdown as the wheels touch the runway surface here? So 42 is the winning answer. We had predictions of 88, 50, 33, 81. Okay, so Kenny had 33, and the answer was 42, so that's 9 away. Qualip had 50, and that's 8 away. So that's going to be Qualip edging out Kenny Monster by 1. And where are we? Kahalua? Or Kapalua, rather. PHJH. On 16. Qualip. With only one letter U in that name, not two. Iowa Scotsman says, figures I missed this round of guesses. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Alright, let's take a quick intermission. And we'll be back with lots more flying left to do for you. And I guess we should refresh the page here at the Honolulu Control Facility Passport Pilot Challenge. We should now see, is it this one, JHM? No, it has not. I think it is JHM, but I think it just maybe hasn't registered it yet. That's fine. We'll give that a minute, and we'll check that again when we get back from intermission. Just a little quick break out of the cockpit, a little liquid recycling break, and we'll be. Them's my shoes. Yeah. Slane's talking about Kahlua in his drink. No, we're actually in Hawaii, and we'll get back to it in just a few moments, friends. Sit tight. Lots more flying left to do on the Slane Alpha Adventures channel. Alright, friends, back with you. Thanks for your patience as we are getting back underway with our Slant Alpha Adventures live stream for this evening, and we're doing some flying in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 for the very first time. So, in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche, this is the 2024 version, the actual updated version native for this sim. We've also got our Slant Artwork Adventure going on, which Andrew Friable Logic wants to get in on. The way this works, guys, is we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure. This is our artwork project for the evening. And if you want to get in on that action, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel. And Andrew, you are up, man. You just let me know. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Good to see you. And let me know what you would like to add to or modify about that image. Hot air balloon in the back? Alright, we'll do that. Alright, Andrew, it's chewing on that. We'll show you the results here in just a moment. And anybody else who wants to get in on that art project, you want to just cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points. And when it's your turn, when I get a chance to call your name, I will let you decide what we're adding to or modifying about our Slant Artwork Adventure. Alright, let's update the directional gyro. We're parked 272.85. So yeah, we do have to crank this back. It does very gradually process out of alignment, so you do have to rock it back a few degrees every so often. And then let's verify the field elevation. It's 256. Of course, it's not universally 256 everywhere on the airfield, but we'll just set it to that. That'll be close enough for VFR work. We can set flaps for departure. Trim was already set to neutral. And yeah, I think we're good to go. We are going to take off. And we don't have any VATSIM air traffic control in the area right now. If we did, though, we could take off from here. We would definitely want to touch base with the Kahului approach controller. We're not going to be going to Kahului or Maui Airport this time. That is on the big airports list. Oh, by the way, while I was away, I did hear my email notification go off, so I think we did get our passport stamp here. If I refresh this page, we should see. Yep, there we are. So the Maui Airport is on the big airports list. We're not working on that tonight. We're going to probably hit that with something like the BAE 146 or the Learjet at some point. We're going to focus on the ones on this list tonight. So we're not going to Maui today. But we are going to traverse that Charlie. So we would need to touch base with the approach controller, and we would literally just say, their call sign, our call sign, where we are, what's our altitude, and what do we want to do. So Maui approach, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victors, Nikili Point. We could even use a visual reporting point. They should be familiar with those if they're marked with the flag and the name, but if not, we could say we're about 12 miles north and west of the airport at whatever altitude, 3,500, looking to traverse across the Charlie eastbound. And they would give us a squawk code probably. And yeah, and the altimeter. And they would just kind of, okay, maintain VFR, proceed as requested. Or if they needed us to remain X number of miles away from the airport, they could say that, or whatever other restriction they wanted us to do, or if they wanted us to cross over midfield in order to avoid traffic. You know, they could give us an altitude restriction, maintain VFR at or above this, or at or below that. But you know, to make the request, it's literally their call sign, your call sign. Where are you? How high are you? What do you want to do? Alright, Andrew, now it added the balloon. It added it right behind Finley, so it's kind of obscured, but it's there. And the one thing I don't like about this project, and I don't know if maybe there's a way we can combat it as we continue doing this in the future, but you notice it's getting, and we've noticed this previously too, it's getting progressively more pixelated. Like, it was a nice clear image there, and it's getting just a little bit fuzzier every time it adds something. Oh, it took away the it took away the magnetic compass in order to fit the cat in. It didn't really need to do that, I guess. But yeah, everything we've added has kind of made the image less and less sharp. And I think I tried to have it sharpen the image at one point, a couple of projects ago, and it didn't really work. So that's the only thing I don't like about this so far. And maybe I can do a little reading up on how to combat that. But anyway, so that's where our project stands for right now. And again, if you want to get in on that project, just cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points and let me know what you would like to add to or modify about that that image. I got one in my head that I want to do, but I'll let you guys have your fun with it first. Alright, anyway, let's make sure. It's probably encouraging you to upgrade to the Pro version. I am on a premium subscription. I mean, I wouldn't be able to request that number of images if I wanted on a premium subscription, but I guess if there's another tier, that could be the case. I'll research that. Alright, anyway. So our plan is, obviously we're not going to be able to fly straight there. We're going to go right into a mountain if we do that. But let's take off, and we'll just do straight out northeast departure, and then we'll just follow the coastline around. And again, as soon as we, kind of come up on the Keeley Point, we'll do our fake calls, even if there's no VATSIM air traffic controller on. We'll kind of, we'll check in as though we are requesting transit through the class Charlie. Yeah, so I don't know if there's different levels, Melvin. I am on the whatever the paid version is, but if there's multiple tiers of the paid version, I don't know. All right, now obviously we would need to get these guys out of the way if we were going to do this, but we'll just rock and roll this way. And where are we? Kapalua. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is going to be back taxiing out to runway 2 for a VFR northeast bound departure, Kapalua. Since I did sit there and idle for that entire time for the intermission, we are going to go ahead and do a mag check. I'm not going to worry about the prop lever check and all that stuff, but we'll do a mag check here at the whole short line. Real quick, abbreviated run up. Alright, 2000, mix rich. Only 90 RPM drop on the left. Same on the right. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, back taxiing runway 2 for the VFR northeast bound departure, Kapalua. I may have already made that call, but since I'm now entering the runway, go ahead and make it again. Also, we'll go ahead and put the strobe lights on since we are on a runway surface. We'll do the landing lights, pitot, and the fuel pump when we are getting ready to take off. We don't have that long to back taxi. We probably could have just taken it right there from the intersection. This is not an aircraft that needs a crap ton of runway to get airborne. Alright, since we're rocking and rolling, we'll go ahead and get landing lights, pitot, and fuel pump. We'll make our call. Kapalua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, departing runway 2 now, straight out northeastbound departure along the coastline, Kapalua. Takeoff power's coming at you, mixes full rich. Got quite a bit of right rudder in, so I'm going to be ready on the left aileron. Nope. Actually wants a little right aileron to keep level today. Okay. Oh, was that some sort of an animal on the runway down there? That's funny. Since we're not returning to pavement, gear can finally come up. Bed Dave is here. Bed Dave, so I'll catch you up on our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Flaps and fuel pump. I'll catch you up on our slant artwork adventure. I have a modification to make to it, but I'll do that later on. We did transition the itinerary from doing the VFR Wings Over New England flights, because it's very not VMC up in Boston right now, to just doing some island hopping in Hawaii, and we're hitting some of the airports in Honolulu Control Facility's now version of the Passport Challenge. So we got 3 of them knocked out so far. And we're in Flight Sim 2024. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 for the very first time ever on stream. And we can get the RPMs back down off the red line here. Cylinder head temps are good. 24 on the RPMs, 24 on the manifold. And actually, if we're going to kind of level off at 1500 here, then I think we can probably just switch over to our cruise power. So we'll back it to 22 and 22. Yeah, let me get you caught up on our slant artwork adventure in just a moment here, Bed Dave. But the big news of the night is we are in Flight Sim 2024 for the very first time ever on stream. We are flying the 2024 release version of the Comanche. I do have the 2024 release version of the Lear, the BAE, and the PMDD 737-800 now. I'm not sure that I'm ready to fly all of those in this version of the sim just yet. I still got a lot of control configuration to do, at the very least. But this sim is performing beautifully. Very smooth handling of the sim itself, and very smooth handling of the aircraft. And it's very much getting back to feeling like a very organic and realistic flight model. It's I said it a few times. I'll repeat it for those of you who have been here the entire time tonight. You're hearing me say it over and over again. It is feeling very much like we are pushing this plane through a viscous atmosphere rather than flying on a calculated trajectory. And then earlier in the evening, we were hearing, as we were flying under what looked like kind of a slightly ominous looking cloud base, we were hearing some wind gusts that felt very scary and real. So at this point, we would need to check in with the approach controller. There's not one on right now, but if we were to do so, we're somewhere coming up on this point here, we'll say, you know, this is about 10 miles out, so this is about 12 miles out. So, Maui approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 12 miles north and west, or we even could say we're coming up on Nakele Point, Nakalele Point, sorry. Maui approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is coming up on Nakalele Point. We're at 2,200, looking to transit the Class Charlie airspace west to east. That's really all you have to say. Who are you? Well, you say their call sign first. Who are they? Who are you? Where are you? What's your altitude? And what's your plan? And then, and really at that point, you just follow their instructions. They're probably going to give you a squawk code, and they may give you a restriction. Maintain VFR at or above this, or at or below that, or maintain at least X miles north of the airport, or whatever. Or they might have you fly directly toward the airport to overfly the runway, and that if you're overflying the middle of the field at a couple thousand feet, then you're not interfering with traffic that's landing or taking off there. So that's a strategy they can use. But yeah, so you really just check in with them, tell you what you want, tell them where you are and what you want to do, who you are, where you are, and what you want to do. You can almost make a song out of that. Melvin, get on that. Tell them who you are, tell them where you are, tell them what you want to do. I love it. Come on, Melvin. You're wrestling a starship right now? All right. Well, you got the assignment, though, I'm sure. You got the assignment. I trust you. Alright, leveled off at 2,500. And then what are we? Where are we going? So we're not going to... We're going to bypass Maui Airport. Our next destination is Hana, over here on the east side of the island. Also a 122.9er. So we'll just cut across. We don't need to follow the coast. We'll just cut across the harbor. Again, we do have. I know we're single engine piston over water, but we do have our life preserver with us, so we're good. Bet Dave, this is our slant artwork adventure. This is our furry co-pilot Finley is in the cockpit of the Comanche, departing from a Hawaii airstrip. We got him. We added the lei, we added the headset, we added the cat with the aviator glasses, and we added the hot air balloon. I've got one modification that I'm going to make. But if any of you want to get in on that, what we call our slant artwork adventure. Alright, CB Flyer wants to get in on that. Let me, okay, I got you. I see you've already put it in the chat. Okay, no problem. It's working on my modification right now, which I'll show you, and then we'll add yours. Alright, and Hana's an 8 and 2/6, I believe, just from memory. Right click, open a new tab. Well, we had some approaches down there too. We could have seen what they were. Yeah, 8 and 2/6, 3,600 foot. Right pattern to 2/6, and that might be what we're flying. Well, I don't know. We might be eastbound. 08 is the wind at Maui. Looks like it's a right pattern to 2/6, but it would be a left pattern to runway 8. So we'll do the same thing. We'll do an overfly of it, and then we'll maneuver out to the north and west and join a proper downwind. We're 3,000 feet now. And make sure we don't pick up any more. I'm going to assume runway 8 if the wind there is consistent with the wind here in Maui. But we'll overfly and we'll check the windsock to make sure. So, knowing Finley like I do, this was my modification. Knowing Finley like I do, there is no way that he would be sitting calmly at the plane's controls with a cat sitting right up there on the glare shield. He would be barking furiously at the cat. So that's what my modification was. It now has the two animals, yelling at each other Oh, I misspelled one keyword there. Hopefully it figures out what I intended. Yeah, non-sterile cockpit, yeah, for sure. and same with mine. Alright, let's see. It's chewing on that CV. I misspelled. I misspelled a word there, but it looks like it nailed it. It nailed it perfectly. I asked it to add a dancing hula girl figurine because I wanted to make sure that it knew I wanted the doll-sized thing and not an actual girl. And I accidentally wrote figuring rather than figurine, but it nailed it. So there you go. Once again, 500 Twitch channel points gets you in on that little fun activity. Again, what we call our slant artwork adventure. The image will end up being the thumbnail when we put this up on YouTube. Manifold pressure had decayed a little bit. I'm like, all right, am I having icing? No, I'm gaining altitude still. Now, as I pass by Opana Point here, I'm just a couple miles from where we're exiting the Class Charlie airspace. So at that point, Maui Approach might say, and I'm calling it Maui Approach, I think they're more properly called Kahului Approach. Yeah, Kahului. So Kahului Approach, might say 514 Delta Victor, you're leaving my airspace to the east. Are you looking for flight following services today? If I was, then I would just need to tell them my cruise altitude and destination. And they would probably have me just keep the same squawk and likely the same frequency. I don't know the boundaries of Kahalui's TRACON area, but the boundaries of the TRACON extend beyond the boundaries of the Charlie for sure. So they would probably have us just keep the same squawk, same frequency. And then we would just tell them where we were headed and what our cruising altitude was planned to be, which point I'd say probably 3,000. But the other thing you can do is, negative, we're going to stay out of your hair. At which point they say, okay, squawk and maintain VFR. Frequency change, change advisory frequency approved. Or they might not even specify, frequency change approved. And then, yeah, well, they would throw a radar services terminated in there. So if they're no longer providing radar services, they would tell you that first, probably. Radar services terminated. Squawk can maintain VFR change. Yeah, frequency change approved. And then that's it. Okay, thanks. See ya. Very simple. Now we're feeling a few of those little wind gusts. Wind coming down the hill, maybe. Feeling and hearing a couple of those little wind gusts. Is this even creative? Wants to get in on our slant artwork adventure. I have not seen you in the chat in ages. Good to see you. Oh, and you live in St. Paul. Yeah, I'm going to actually miss Flight Sim Expo this year, so I will not be able to make it out for that. Certainly, still a media partner, still promoting the event, but I will not be attending in person this year. Unfortunately, I had a work obligation that entire weekend. There's 0% possibility of it changing. So I'm going to have to miss Flight Sim Expo. I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, so you went ahead and put in 500 of the Twitch channel points. What would you like to add to or modify in terms of our slants artwork adventure? Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've gotten lucky every year. 6 out of 6 I've been able to attend, but it always dances around a big air show that happens in my city, and I work. The service that I provide for the city means that I have to be working for that air show. I'm not involved in aviation in the real world. It just happens to be a little bit of a crossover. But because the city that I work in and work for hosts an air show in June every year, and that just happens to intersect with Flight Sim Expo this year. And I've lucked out of that 6 out of 6 times, but 7th time was the anti-charm, unfortunately. But anyway, go ahead and hit us at a halo. To whom are we adding the halo? And then I need to start figuring out, like, where are we in terms of this airport? To the cat? Okay, gotcha. If we're at the point where the terrain's about to take a hard bend to the right, we should be right near the airport here. Oh, is that it? Oh no, I thought maybe that was the airport. It's not going to look like much more than that, though. Oh, here it is. HANA traffic. Comanche 514 Delta Victor is overflying the field north to south at 3,400 descending. Just an inspection past it to determine wind direction, Hana. Alright, so we'll overfly it, but I gotta dip the wing down so that we can kind of peek down and see what direction the windsock is showing. And in the meantime, there's your halo above the cat. It's doing nice, but yeah, it is. The image is getting just more and more scrambly, pixelated. So I wonder... on a previous stream, I tried to have it regenerate the image to sharpen, remove the pixelation, and it didn't really do anything, so maybe I'll try it again. Do we see a windsock at all? I'm kind of assuming... Well, first of all, I'm assuming I'm not going to hit these mountains. That might be too bold of an assumption. Kind of assuming runway 8's the way to go here. I don't see a windsock anywhere here, guys. Do you? Is it buried in the trees somewhere? Like maybe that's it. I can't really tell what direction it's... If that is it, I can't really tell what direction it's going. Alright, well, we're just going to land on runway 8. Well, let's not go into a total nosedive here. Yeah, the slipstream around the aircraft really picked up there. That's because I surged up right into the yellow, almost up to the red there. Right up almost at VNE. Hana traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor. It's about a mile east of the field now. 3,500 descending. We're going to enter a, we're going to move out to the east. Enter a left downwind for runway 8, full stop at Hana. So pattern field elevation there is 78, so we're going to call it close to 100. That means pattern altitude close to 1,100. So I'm going to go ahead and fly out more or less straight out. Drop another 900 feet here, or another 1,000 feet really. Start working the props forward as I start working the power down. You know, and again, I've made this comparison before, but the idea is that it makes it very similar to downshifting your car. If you ever driven your car, you're kind of down a steep neighborhood hill, and you kind of use, and well, this really I guess only applies if you get a manual transmission. But you downshift into one lower gear just to kind of keep the speed from getting out of hand without having to use brakes. That's kind of what we're doing here. We're just downshifting the car into a lower gear. The engine's going faster, but we're off the gas. We're not stepping on the gas here. The RPMs are going faster because we're using kind of gravity to keep the thing spinning. But we're not actually adding power. In fact, we're reducing power. Alright, we're coming up on that 1100, so let's go ahead and start the turn. Add a little bit of power back in so that we're not too slow. We want to keep the altitude. We we're going to keep right on top of that white arc in terms of the airspeed. Once we get turned around here, make our call. Go ahead and get the fuel pump on. Can't quite see it. Where is it? Is that there? I think it might be that there. Ah, Ferry Co-Pilot's message is obsolete. Don't look into that. Ferry Co-Pilot doesn't know what he's talking about. I think that's the airport. Yeah, Doggo Ultimate's here. Nice to see some Flight Sim 2024 action. Yep, finally. So yeah, disregard what the Furry Co-Pilot just says. We are indeed in Flight Sim 2024 for the first time today. Just make sure I'm not aiming at the wrong thing. Is this? Yeah, this is our airport here. Then I'm way too high. So I'm going to do the bad sim pilot thing and descend into the pattern, unfortunately. Honda traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's midfield downwind for runway 8. We're 1,500 descending into that midfield downwind. Full stop, Hana. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate. At the moment the wheels touch runway surface, no bot command is necessary on this channel for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which will next be pulled on January the 30th. Our props and mix are full. The first notch of flaps in. Gear is out. Speed is coming off at a dizzying rate. Man, is it tough to spot that airport right there in the trees. Honda traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's turning left base. Left downwind to left base for runway 8, full stop. Honda. Second notch in. I believe it's this right here. If not, this is going to be a pretty interesting go-around. I may, in fact, be setting up for the wrong thing. Hana traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. Believe we're on a left base to final for runway 8, full stop, Hana. No, that's definitely not it. Oh, I see the beacon up there. Okay, I think we're still okay here. Our calls were a little bit off. It almost feels like, I don't know if the trees around this airport are being accurately depicted. If they are, it almost feels like this is a arrive west, depart east kind of field. Hana traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, corrected position. We're in a modified left base to final now for runway 8 full stop, Hana. Okay. Final notch of flaps in, fuel pump is on. Let's get the excess altitude and speed off. And again, what we've noticed is ground effect in this aircraft is very, very pronounced in this sim. So we kind of have to aim for the threshold, and then flare it, and then let the speed bleed off as we settle in. Maybe a little bit of a skim and skip there. Actually, I don't know that this landing rate monitor that we're using for this would detect that. So if we did skim and skip a little bit, it won't tell us. I feel like we probably did. Hana traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear runway 8, Hana. Cleaned up flaps, strobes off, landing lights off, pitot and fuel pump off. Get the RPMs to 1,000. And then mix leaned out right to the point where it starts to lose RPMs. Okay. All right, how we do? Melvin said, felt like 118 to me. Well, no, absolutely not. Not even anywhere close. It was 116. I don't know, guys. I think Melvin's got us. We had guesses of 51, 78, 43, 68, 55, 81, 37, 63, 61, 118, 116 being the actual. Kreskin, a.k.a. Melvin. Oh, good gracious. So, Melvin Leroy. Where are we again?
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
PHHN. On 1-6. Congrats to Melvin. JPC says, I definitely should have watched your stream tonight instead of the Devils. Well, that's true. I'm assuming that means the Devils did not have a good night. However, it's true either way. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Sarnak the Magnificent. Yeah, absolutely. Spot on reference. Hey-oh. Spot on reference, Melvin. All right. You pull a point. We got 3 more in us. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. We got 3 more in us. This is going to turn into a little long one. But hey, it's our first stream, and they're 6. They're down by 6, being shut out and still counting. Okay, yeah, no, I'm with you. So 3 more legs, culminating with a visit to Bradshaw Army Airfield up here on the mountainside. And obviously, we would take a little bit of liberty to say that we would be allowed to land there, and that is included in the restricted airspace. We could see when that restricted airspace is even active. However, it's part of Honolulu Control Facility's Pilot Passport Challenge, so we definitely want to include it in our itinerary. Let's see, the BSF is what that is the designator. So that's this first one here. We should have just gotten credit for a visit to Hannah. I'm not sure which one is that going to be. HNM. So if we refresh, see if we get a live. Oh, yeah, there it is. Very good. So this website, the way the website works is the Pilot Passport Challenge. And they have this on the Atlanta ARTCC's website, and they have this on the Honolulu Control Facility's website. So as you visit these locations on VATSIM, it automatically logs your visit and just throws it in and stamps your passport. So then, of course, obviously the goal is to visit all of them. We're going to try and visit 3 more tonight, which I think is these final 3 down at the bottom here. Possibly? No. I think I'm wrong. I think it's this top 3. Apollo Point is MUE, that middle one, and then that's the Army Airfield there. MUE is that middle one there. Kamoela. Yeah, so we're looking to knock out the top row here, which would leave us only these bottom 3 to be visited. And then on later this month, we've got if you go to the big airports, later this month, we've got a trip planned from, and I can't remember if we're starting Kona to Lihue and then Lihue to Hilo or vice versa. Lihue is definitely the stopover point, and I can't remember which one of these we're starting at, which one of these we're ending at, but we're going to knock out these 3, Lihue, Kona, and Hilo, later this month in the BAE 146. But tonight we're knocking out the small airports, and 3 more to go, and then hopefully, they're down another one. Holy cow, what's going on with their goalie, JPC? Do you need to get in there? I think you might need to suit up and get in and take over as goalie. Yeah, Melvin says, hey, 1 touchdown, they're right back in it. Holy cow, dude. Did they forget to play a goalie tonight? Alright. And our Slant Artwork Adventure is rolling along, by the way, for those of you just joining the stream. Slant Artwork Adventure is rolling along. The image is getting more and more pixely, and I'm trying to I'll have to research what we can do, because I've tried to say regenerate the image and make it sharper, and it doesn't help. So we'll have to see how I can modify this project to keep that from happening. But here's how we started. We started with Furry co-pilot Finley piloting a Piper Comanche as it departs from a Hawaiian airstrip. We added the lei. We added the cat. We added the headset. We added the aviator sunglasses. Tomcat Cruise is what I called him. We added the balloon in the background. I said they should be yelling at each other. Well, I said Finley should be barking at the cat. ChatGPT then made the cat yelling at Finley as well. We added the hula figurine, and then we've added the halo over the cat. Yeah, Finley's got a little bit of crosswind there. Yeah, a little bit. All right. Let's update our directional gyro. Yeah, we're running out of sunlight here, too. Of course, we can back that up if we need to. We're running out of sunlight, but let's back up the directional gyro just a degree. So here's 150, here's 161 or 162. Probably have to back that up a few degrees. There. Course and heading arrow. Melvin wants to get in on the artwork adventure. Oh my goodness, we got the raid coming in from Sim Caesar. Sim Caesar, thank you very kindly for the continued support of the channel. We are finally in Flight Sim 2024 for the very first time. We've switched over from the old to the new, and we're doing some Hawaii ops here in the A2A Comanche, the 2024 version of the Comanche as well. We got the airport elevation of 78, so we'll adjust our altimeter accordingly. Very cool. Thanks again for the continued support of the channel, Mr. Sim, and for the raid. Everybody coming over from the Sim Caesar raid. We are doing finally doing some ops in the A2A Comanche for Flight Sim 2024, not Flight Sim 2020. So we're jazzed about that. And we're flying around Hawaii. Ooh. We are knocking out the airports on the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge. We got 3 more to visit. Upolu, Kamuea, I think it is. You're always gonna, you're gonna get a hilarious stream of me trying to pronounce Hawaiian place names. Kamuela, that's what it is. And then we're gonna end the evening. God bless us if we're able to. We're gonna end the evening at the Bradshaw Army Airfield. This is used basically, as I understand it, it's used as a training facility for high altitude operations for the Army Air Corps. I don't remember where I got that information, from whom I got that information, but that's what I remember hearing at some point. But anyway, so our next hop's in Overwater, when we're going to depart out to the east. We're going to turn south. Our general on course is going to be a 155. So we're going to go ahead and mark that on the heading bug. And yes, I know we're in a single engine piston over water, but our maintenance is up to date, and we do have our life preserver on board, so we are good to go. I think we did, yeah, directional gyro's already been tracked. Let's set flaps and trim. And then real quick, before we rock and roll, we are also doing a activity we call Slants Artwork Adventures, and this is a project that we embark upon in every stream now. Just resurrected this project about a month ago, started doing these again. We tried it once before, didn't work out very well. It's working out better now. But what we do is we take a 1-sentence description, we throw it in the ChatGPT, and we say, make this image for us. And then what then you guys do is you Cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. At the bottom of the chat panel there. And that puts you in the queue to add your own modification, addition or modification to the image. So this is where we're at with it right now. And our friend Melvin Leroy said he wants to add what now? Let me see. What did you say, Melvin? Oh, some sort of a delicious treat suspended in midair between the cat and dog. Okay. So we've got it chewing on that. Melvin Leroy will cash in your points. And we'll show you the result probably before we get rolling. We got some cheer bits coming to us from Jet Pilot Cinnamon. Thank you so kindly. Alright, and in the meantime, while we're waiting on the results of our latest modification to our slant artwork adventure, we'll get rocking and rolling here. Where are we? Hana traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is going to be back taxiing runway 8 for a VFR southeastbound departure in Hana. Yeah, okay, there is a windsock. We couldn't see it from the air. It is kind of buried in the trees there. Silly, silly. But we did take off. We landed in the correct direction. Wind is definitely very easterly here. Since we're entering the runway surface, we'll go ahead and get our strobe lights on. Oh my gosh, Sim Caesar. Sim, this is perfect. This is perfect, Sim Caesar. We know how big a fan of donuts you are. And when we said some sort of a delicious treat, look what ChatGPT chose. That is perfect. That is a perfect tribute to Sim Caesar. I did not influence that. I did not influence that. I said exactly as Melvin worded it, some sort of delicious treat.
Yes, he did, sir. Hello. Spirit, sir.
That is wild. It's too funny. And that looks almost exactly like the same color and style of donut that you love on your stream there, Sam. That's too awesome. Downwinston is here. Who's buried nearby Hannah? Oh, I don't remember this. I'll know it when you say it, but I don't remember this. I was a classic pop or rock musician, I believe, but I can't remember who now. Or I could be off base with that. I feel like I do know this though. Oh, it's Lindbergh. Okay, no, that's not who I was thinking at all. Not who I was thinking at all. Alright, so what are we doing? Landing, pitot, fuel pump. And let's just confirm flaps and trim set. Hana traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 8 for the VFR southeastbound. Right-hand turnout, Hana. They are down 8-0, JPC. That is crazy. Their goalie needs some time off. All right, 80. We'll lift it off. Up, up, and away. We'll make sure that we have no intention to return to the pavement, and once we are certain of that fact, we'll go ahead and get the gear in. Flaps can come in. We'll get the RPMs down off the red line. 24 and 24. Full mix for right now. Fuel pump can come off. Start the turnout. Make the call. Honda traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear runway 8 and on the right turnout for a VFR southbound departure, Honda. Alright, let's see if we can maybe keep it about 1500 and we want to turn 155-ish and fly for 33 miles. 2.5 miles a minute. That is going to be... What is that going to be? $15 minutes? 14? So 14 and 14 is 28. 28 and 7 is 35. So yeah, about 14 minutes. Cool Dell guys hit the follow. Thank you very kindly. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. So yeah, 14 minutes. Time now is 7 after the top of the hour. So about 20, 21 after the top of the hour, we'll be looking to confirm we're in the vicinity of our destination. We can kind of visually see it, but man, with this clouds rolling through, I'm a little nervous about this. So the Devils lost 8-0. Yeah, what is that goalie story, man? It's the entire team. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, you guys know. I mean, we talked briefly, and we talked extremely briefly because basically what I said was I don't want to talk about it. You know, I had a pretty rough sports weekend, and we'll leave it at that. Some news today came out in the aftermath of that rotten sports weekend that I had. Yep. But anyway, yeah. Like I said, we're focusing on the positive tonight. And the positive, we are finally in Flight Sim 2024. Yeah, TX Nixon. Yeah, I know. Now, don't say the name of the team that was on the other end of that contest, because there is. I put it as a joke. A ban of that word into the chat bot here, but I kind of stand by it right now. Don't say it. And Nixon, I assume you heard the other news related to that came out just a few hours ago. But anyway, like I said, focusing on the positive, friends. Focusing on the positive. We are, for the first time, we are flying in Flight Sim 2024, not Flight Sim 2020. And man, this plane flies so nicely in it. First of all, sim performance has been very good. I've felt like we've gotten very smooth frame rates pretty much the entire evening, with just a couple of little exceptions that weren't even notable enough for me to mention. I do feel like we got just a very good sim performance all night so far. Very smooth sim performance. And then the aircraft, it feels once again. It's kind of gotten back to feel like we're getting a little tossed around in some turbulence here, and yeah, the weather's, the weather's kind of making it look like that's the drill. Oh, by the way, 22, and we can lean it out to about 14 gallons an hour. So still kind of running at climb power up there while we were cruising along, and I'm not sure why that was. I wasn't paying attention. But 22, 22, 14. And just make sure we're tracking our desired heading. Okay, yeah, now we're coming back down to 2,000. I do want to trim it out to maintain that 2,000. We are 11 after the hour, and we departed at 7 after the hour, saying it was going to be 14 minutes. So we should be about another 10 minutes headed to our next destination here, Kalaupapa Point. Kind of this northwestern tip of the Big Island here. And it does look like there's a little precip over it. So we'll have to be careful. We may need to change plans. Oh my god, 9-0 JPC. That is yeah. That is astonishing. That is astonishing. I am not an NHL fan. My wife is a little tiny bit. I don't know that she, I don't know that she ever sits and watches it. But, the person that she works for does some work for a few NHL players. So she has a few individuals that she kind of follows. I'm not even sure what teams they're on. Alright, let's plan for our arrival at Kalaupapa Point. Right click, open a new tab. The 7 and 2.5 paved, 3,800 feet. Most of the wind is coming out of the east in this area, so I'm kind of going to assume landing runway 7. Let's do ourselves a quick favor. So I'm steering right exactly at a 150 on the directional gyro. Oh, it's pretty well aligned still. That's good. So what we want to do, if we're going to land runway 7, what we are going to want to do, if that's our final, and that's our base, and that's our downwind, and honestly, if we do like a midfield, and then that's our 45 entry. So it's almost like we want to come in on the due north radial. So let's tune that in. Let's do that. 112.3. Change the arrow to 7 because that's the runway we're going to land on. And then in terms of the course, set that there. And then we have the distance. That's knots. Distance is there. And then field elevation 96, so basically 100, and then pattern elevation will be basically 1100. Looks like that's probably our airport there. .9 is our common traffic advisory frequency for this airport. So this is the frequency that we want to use, 122.9er. And we're going to enter a 45 to left downwind for runway 7, is it? 7, yeah. Epolo Point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 15 miles north, 1,700 descending. We're going to enter a 45 to left, correction, 2,700 descending. Going to enter a 45 to left downwind, runway 7, full stop, Epolo Point. Alright, well, we need to... we need to start descending. And then we need to start slowing, so... very gradually start bringing the props up to 2400 while we're simultaneously backing the power down as much as we can. Starting to see that radial move in, maybe a little, maybe my imagination. We're 2,000 still descending. Yeah, that radial's starting to come in, and it looks like, I'm just going to eyeball it. We could check on the chart just to be exactly sure, but it looks like if this is a 10-mile ring, it looks like at about 8 miles is when we want to turn to that 45. And again, you want to kind of be at traffic pattern altitude before you enter the traffic pattern. That's just a safe way to do things. You don't want to accidentally descend right on top of somebody. So we want to continue that descent down to 1100. Make sure we scan ahead, make sure we don't see anybody else in the pattern. Of course, on VATSIM, we know that it's very, very unlikely anyway, and plus we've got VATSIM radar to tell us whether there's anybody in the pattern or not. But when it gets down to about 8 miles, we're just going to break off and we're going to join a 45. And it does indeed look like where I was pointing with the mouse earlier is indeed where our runway is. You polar point traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor 10 miles north. We're going to add our 45 to left downwind, runway 7, full stop. You polar point. I didn't say an altitude, I should have. But we're almost at pattern altitude of 1100. Okay, we got the RPMs up, get the manifold pressure down. Right at 1100. 8 miles, we'll break off, we'll join a 45. Oh, SimBrief is back up and running. Al Pikachu says SimBrief is alive. Alright, we'll break off into about a 210 here. Oops, let's make sure we're keeping 1100. Okay, I see the airport. Right here. Okay, we're down below the white arc as well. Upola traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor has now entered the 45 to left downwind, runway 7. Upola point, full stop. I know, all you, all you Magenta Line devotees are now saved. While we're here, let's see if we can get a read on a windsock. I don't see one. We'll keep on keeping on as though we're landing on 7 here. Still 1100. Mix and prop full. Fuel pump on. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command, just a number, positive or negative. We know that you mean a descent rate either way. You pull point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, left downwind midfield, runway 7, full stop. You pull. Yep, just a number into the chat, with or without the minus sign, and we'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor to our actual landing, in terms of feet per minute when the wheels touch runway surface, gets an entry into our landing rate raffle, which we will next pull a winner from on January the 30th. Alright, so we got a little excess altitude to lose. We'll go first notch flaps and gear to help us keep the speed under control while that happens. Alright, second notch flaps. You pull the point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind to left base now. Runway 7, full stop, you pull the point. Am I a little bit far out, maybe? Well, level the wings, check for traffic coming straight in, don't see any good. You pull the point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final now. Runway 7, full stop. You pull a point. Final notch. Fuel pump on already, I think, yeah. Turning a little bit short. Just widen out that turn a little bit. Excess altitude and speed, so we'll bring the power down. We're not doing too bad on altitude, actually. Oh, nice long runway. Yeah, so this was really not kind of a nicely squared off pattern necessarily. Is that our turn off down there to the right, maybe? Kind of hard to tell. I feel like the shadow behavior might be a little odd. I was thinking that when we departed our most recent stop, but I'm really thinking that now. Oh, we're a little slow here. A little high but slow, so we can trade off one for the other. Had good alignment, and now it seems like it's shifting on us. Yeah, I definitely skimmed that one a little bit too. Overall, I'm okay with it. Sloppy on the turns. The turns were not very squared off. Yes, so we're off the runway flaps, strobe, landing, P-tail, and fuel pump. You pull the point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 7, you pull the point. Gramps Saven is with us. Welcome, good to see you. Nice to make your acquaintance. Alright, how'd we do? Again, you have to disregard the G-force because the external flight model, the A2A Simulations AccuSim, it kind of negates the G-force. 75 is the number that registered. 2228. Yeah, okay. So they put that in local time. So that's good. Alright, 75 was the winning number. And again, so this is my first night streaming in Flight Sim 2024. This is the landing analysis that I found that seemed like it was going to meet the needs here. We'll play with it. We'll see if we like it. If we don't like it after a few streams, we can switch to another one. But this is the very first time I'm streaming in Flight Sim 2024 rather than 2020. So, oh, you watched the Leo 35 video? You're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be of service to you. Anyway, so let's look through the guesses. 75 was the number that registered. A couple of you right in that ballpark. We had 82, we had 95, we had 72. I think the 3 away is going to be the one to beat there, CB Flyer. We had 40, 118, and 100. So 82 was in the ballpark, but being that was 7 away, you're not going to beat CB Flyer there with 72 and 3 away. So congrats, CB Flyer gets the next entry into the landing rate raffle. Next going to be pulled on January the 30th. We're doing a VATSIM air traffic control stream that night. That's our Northeast Corridor Friday night ops event. So I will most likely be working that Chesapeake sector of Potomac approach near Baltimore. But wherever we end up, we will be pulling our landing rate raffle winner that night. And we got entries tonight making the first appearances in the January raffle. Kitty Monster, Call Up, Melvin Leroy, and now CB Flyer. CV, where are we? PHUP. Push-up. On 1-6. And for those of you new to the stream, when we pull that raffle entry out of the fishbowl on January the 30th, you don't need to be here in order to win. But if you do win, you get your choice of any one item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. So there you go, your choice of t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag, and the Slant Alpha branding. If you choose any of those, I will ship them to you at my expense. This is truly free to you to participate in and enter. If you don't win any of those, if you happen to be our winner, you've got the choice then of an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. So that's the monthly raffle that we do. And by the way, it's the generous support that we get in terms of the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits and the donations that keep the funding coming in to run this giveaway and other special giveaways that we do on the stream every single month. So thank you for the continued support, guys. If you're not able to support the channel financially, it is absolutely fine. You're still welcome to participate in all of our activities. But we do ask that you help us out by spreading the word. Tell your friends about this channel and how much fun we have here. The other fun thing that we do is we call our Slant Artwork Adventure. We start, and I'm going to show you the beginning of this tonight. We start with a one-sentence description that I throw into ChatGPT of an image that represents our stream of the night. All right, and the way ChatGPT kind of takes its own liberties in terms of how it interprets it. This is my oldest of three furry co-pilots. Finley is his name, and ChatGPT has him depicted at the helm of a Piper Comanche, departing from or arriving at a Hawaiian airstrip. Now, what happens thereafter is you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. Do we have anybody waiting right now? We don't at the moment. So at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabet cereal icon. You got the button next to that that tells you how many of those you have. If you get to the point where you got 500 of them burning a hole in, in your account there, you can push the button, shows in, get in the queue. And once I call your name, you tell me how you would like to add to or modify. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. And tell me how you would like to add to or modify our Slant Artwork Adventure. You can give me a sentence or a couple words. Incremental modification is the goal here. So here's how it went tonight. We started with this. We then added the lei around his neck. We're flying in Hawaii after all. Why not? We then added the cat up on the dashboard. Why? I have no idea, because somebody said that they wanted it. On top of that, we added the headset. I made it a nice vintage beat-up aviation headset on the dog, Finley. What do we add after that? We added aviator sunglasses on the cat. I started calling him Tomcat Cruise at that point. We added a hot water balloon, hot air balloon, departing in the background. ChatGPT decided to put that mostly behind Finley's head. I have no idea why, but that's what he did. I said I had to add a modification. I was like, there's no way that my dog Finley would be sitting in this cockpit calmly if there was a cat sitting right in front of him like that. So I said, well, Finley needs to be barking furiously at the cat. ChatGPT then said, okay, well, that's fine, but I'm going to add in that the cat is screaming also at the dog. So this was my modification. ChatGPT went along for the ride on that one. We then added the hula figurine on the dashboard. We added the halo over the cat. And we had the treat being dangled between the cat and the dog, which all I said was delicious treat. Right as the Sim Caesar raid came over, and everyone on Sim Caesar's channel is fond of donuts, and it's so funny that the Sim Caesar's donuts on the stream are depicted as almost exactly this, pink frosted donuts with rainbow sprinkles. So ChatGPT, again, all I said was delicious treat, because that's what I think Melvin had suggested, and this was all ChatGPT who decided to do that. So Yeah, fun image. Now it's getting kind of more and more pixely as we go. That's the only bad thing, and I have in the past tried to ask it to sharpen that image, and it has not been successful. So I don't know how to combat that. We'll see. But anyway, so yeah, this is where we stand. And if you want to get in on that, again, 500 Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. And let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. We've got 2 more stops to make, guys. We're losing sunlight, although technically we can cheat that if we want to. But let's just see if we can. These are 2 fairly short hops, so we should be okay. However, we are going to have some challenges here. This one, we're going to obviously we're not going to take this direct path. But I think we are going to fly just to the right of the mountain peak, and we're going to head up to, what do we call this? Kamuela? MUE. So I'm assuming Kamuela. This is called Waimeakohala. But the VOR is called Kamuela, so I'm assuming the area is just called Kamuela. And so we can get away with calling it that on the radio. Common traffic advisory frequency there is still 122.9. That's a right pattern to runway 4, which I assume is the pattern that we're going to end up flying to. So we'll hug the mountain. How would we do that? Right pattern to runway 4. So if there's final, there's the right. So if we do, I think what we'll do is a midfield flyover, and then the direct join into the pattern there. So obviously we haven't depicted that midfield kind of where it needs to be, more like that. Midfield flyover, field elevation there is almost 2,700. So pattern altitude will be 3,700. We'll want to be at 3,700 basically as we come across here and over top of the field. So that's our next one. Let's go ahead and calibrate our directional gyro. How are we doing on fuel? We got plenty. Directional gyro needs to be set to 1, 5, 6, or 7 maybe. Does look like we need to rock it back maybe a few degrees there. I'm gonna tune the VOR to nothing, just so that we have free reign of the arrow. The arrow is going to represent the runway, and then the heading bug is going to represent on course here. On course for us is going to be 136. It looks like. And and obviously we're gonna take a path that's more like that. So we'll call it a 150 on course. So basically a right crosswind turnout. That'll make the traffic call a little easier. Alright friends, let's rock and roll before we lose our light here. Get 1 notch of flaps in, reset trim. Do we need lights in here yet? Well, ooh, that's a little too harsh. We'll have the red one on just in case we start needing it. Where are we now? Upolo? And going to Kamuela. Alright, before we cross this threshold, let's go ahead and do a run-up. Engine sounds slightly sputtery here. Let's go. Mix full. We don't need to test the prop lever or the carb heat, but we do want to do a mag check here. 2,000 RPMs. Okay, only losing about 90 RPMs on the left side. Same on the right. We're good. Upolo Point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is going to be back taxiing runway 7 for the VFR departure, Upolo Point. So we're entering runway surface. We'll go ahead and get the strobes on. Do not see any traffic in the pattern, did not hear any traffic call out in the pattern. probably have plenty of runway behind us right now. In fact, because we appear to be slightly pressed for time. Yeah, it's coming up on 11 p.m. my time too, so yeah, let's just do it. We're almost at the end. We'll just roll it down here. All right, so a right-hand turnout, kind of a right crosswind turnout. Landing lights, pitot and fuel pump, Cupola Point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 7. Going to be a right-hand turnout VFR southbound, Cupola Point. Okay, takeoff power's coming at you. We lift away. Okay, as soon as we're certain we will not need to return to that pavement, we can get the gear in. Flaps and fuel pump, pitch to 105. Tack off the red line, 24. Manifold 24. Start the right-hand turnout. Cupola Point traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear runway 7, right-hand turnout of right crosswind, VFR southbound, Cupola. And then, Kamuela, also 122.9. So it seems like all the airports in this, in Hawaii have been 122.9. And remember we said the field elevation there is 2,700. So we want to aim to be climbing to 3,700. We're going to watch clouds here too. Okay, well, let's aim to the right of the largest peak. Flaps in, fuel pump off. Yeah, we did that already. Good. And I said 37 is our target altitude, but we kind of have to mitigate that with the cloud bases here. Let's just spin out a little bit to the east. Did we get that stamp, by the way? We should have. Yeah, we did. Okay, so we're just about to arrive at the field elevation of our destination. We need another 1,000 feet here, but I'm not sure these clouds are going to let us do that. Let's maybe level it at 27 for now. $2,200, 22 on the RPM. Yeah, 22 on the manifold, 22 on the RPMs. And we'll lean the mix out to about 14 gallons an hour. Alright, let's level it at 3 for now. I know I said level it at 27, then we picked up 300 more feet, but... we're still picking up altitude. Come on now. AJ says, is the passport thing just a Honolulu VATSIM thing? So they've copied it. They ripped it off from, with permission, I'm pretty sure, from Atlanta. And we've been working on that Atlanta one. In fact, on a Friday, we're planning to knock out a few more of the Atlanta ones. So the Atlanta ARTCC came up with it first, that I'm aware of. And then Honolulu just recently added it to their website as well. But yeah, basically the idea is to, these are ARTCCs within VAT USA that tend to get a lot of traffic at their big one primary airport. And so they kind of came up with this idea to encourage some general aviation traffic in their airspace, and B, encourage traffic to go to other places besides the one big airport. So, neat idea. And, yeah, so we're happy to participate in both. And this is our first night, this is our first night in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, ever. And also our first night, I had set aside a date later that we're going to do a few airports in the BAE 146 down here in Hawaii. But, so this was kind of a surprise changing up of the itinerary, because we were originally tonight we were going to do the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England VFR flights 4 and 5, but they are under very not VFR weather, not VMC weather. And of course we can always cheat the weather, but it is kind of, when they have lots of traffic, it is a little bit difficult and weird for them to accommodate somebody in a VFR traffic pattern when, like, everybody else approaching the airport's not breaking out of minimums, not breaking out of cloud decks until 500 above of the field. And there's also a guy in the VFR pattern there we have to watch out for. That doesn't make any sense. Why so long to switch over, J Aviation? Because I much prefer a stable, predictable experience on the stream. And I didn't feel confident that we had that in this sim until very recently. Especially on the VATSIM network, you need the sim to function. You need the sim to function without glitches, without crashing out in the middle and having to just restart your flight, without glitches with controls, without suddenly the plane stops responding, all that kind of thing. So we waited a good number of iterations and 4 sim updates. Before we were really comfortable that people were saying, oh yeah, it's flyable on VATSIM, I haven't had any issues. On top of that, J Aviation, it has taken this long for our add-ons to be ported over for similar reasons, right? So it's just only recently that we started to have the ability to fly the A2A simulations plane in this sim, the Lear 35 in this sim, the PMDG airliners in this sim. So their slow adoption has been my slow adoption. DJS says, I'm here for help. I crashed the first plane in my first company with cheapest insurance. Do I start over or work towards saving $150,000 to buy a new plane? If you're asking for advice in real aviation, I'm probably not a good one to ask. I am a 40-plus year simulation enthusiast. So when I crash a plane, I reboot and start over. You're talking about in career mode? Yeah, the other thing I don't do is career mode. You know, all of our missions come from the VATSIM network. You know, we fly with realistic procedures and communications with other virtual pilots and virtual air traffic controllers. So I don't really worry about the in-sim career mode or the in-sim missions or anything like that. Anybody that does that, though, if you've got some advice for DJ, yeah, feel free to chime in on that. Sigvi says, "Do I play on keyboard?" Now I've got the Honeycomb Alpha and the Honeycomb Bravo, and a cheap set of pedals. So I've got a pretty fairly extensive setup in terms of sim controls here. I gotta watch, like, where are we in terms of our where are we in terms of our airport? J Aviation says, "That's valid. I've been on it from day one, but I will say that Sim Update 4 is quite amazing compared to the other updates." Yeah, I think it took until Sim Update 4 before people were saying, yeah, the worst of the show-stopping bugs have kind of been solved by now. What's the longest flight I've done? I don't really do long hauls typically. I mean, I do VATSIM's Cross the Pond event when it comes around. That event is temporarily on hold, but when they've done those, I've participated in that, and I usually pick the shortest of the transatlantic flights that are available. So 7-ish hours is as long as I will do, but that's only because it's VATSIM Cross the Pond. Normally, I plan multiple short hops. I don't do very long, much longer than about an hour 15, hour 30 is my normal flight time. Every now and then I'll stretch that maybe 2 hours, 2:15, depending on where we are in the world. Sometimes up in Canada, airports are just further apart. But yeah, long hauls for me, nah, not a thing. Not a thing. I much prefer. I mean, the most exciting part of the flight is the landing. So I'm not going to sit here in front of the computer, stare at it for 8 hours. Alright, so here we are getting ready to fly north to south over our airport, and then we'll do a direct join. So hopefully we're about 3,700 feet. Yeah, we'll come down a little bit. What's this place called? Commonwealth traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's north to south. We're going to transit at 3,700, then join a left downwind for the northeastbound runway, Kamala. I forget what runway number it is. Runway 4, okay. Oh, right pattern. Correction, we're going to join a right downwind to runway 4, Commonwealth. So let's get the arrow pointing in the runway 4 direction. We can go full mix. We need about another 100 or so feet to lose here. Let's back the power down while we spin the props up a little bit. Yeah, I know, it's yelling at me because I've got the power backed way down, but let's spin the props up to help us slow the plane down. Go ahead and get the gear out. Since we're less than 150, we can get gear in. Let's go a little bit south. Yeah, now on January 31st, we're going to do an Anchorage to Seattle in the DC-6. That's going to be about a 7-hour flight. So January 31st will be kind of an all-day adventure for us. And equipment, DJ, yeah, I think I just said Honeycomb Alpha, Honeycomb Bravo, and then just a cheapy set of rudder pedals. No, I think we're on a good crosswind. All right. Commonwealth traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victors. Midfield, join on the right downwind to runway 4, full stop Commonwealth. Big Belly Bruisers here says, my mate loves your channel, Ryan. It's his birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Ryan. Fingers crossed for you. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command is necessary on this channel for that. Just a number into the chat with it without the minus sign. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way, positive or negative. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, next to be pulled on January the 30th. Kind of lost sight of the runway there. Up there we are, right here. So we'll spin it out just another couple seconds. Okay, there's our touchdown point. So we'll turn it in kind of right around this little grove of trees here. Commonwealth traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's turning right base. Correction, yeah, right downwind to right base for runway 4, full stop, Commonwealth. Keep those predictions coming, friends. I think I might have one more notch of flaps, or we might be fully deployed now. Fuel pump can come back on. We got the mix full, props full. Okay, we are flaps full, gears down in green. Okay, yeah, there's our runway. Alright, level wings, check for traffic. Commonwealth traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's right downwind to base. Right base to final, sorry. For the full stop runway 4, Commonwealth. Okay, turning in just a little short here, but that's okay. A little bit extra altitude, a little bit extra speed. Both very fixable. Okay, there we are on final. Don't really have any idea what the wind is, but I feel like I just got blown way left to center line, so we might need to correct over to the right here. Well, we need to correct over to the right for sure to get back on center line, but I mean, we might need to correct over to the right to track down center line once we get back on it. We'll see. Okay, glide's better, speed's better. Alignment's better. Let's try and keep it straight down here. Okay, we are getting blown left a little bit. So we'll get the nose aligned with the center line here in just short final. I know we got reds, but I mean, we're good for the threshold here. Ground effect. Ground effect is very, very pronounced in this sim, I've noticed. Way more than in 20. Wow, we're very floaty here. Very floaty here. My gosh, are we ever going to land? Yeah, that was not ideal. So as I started to say, yeah, ground effect is very, very pronounced in this sim, much more so than we found in Flight Sim 2020. So that kind of threw me off in terms of flare timing there. Really got to be better about reducing the power over the threshold and just letting that ground effect carry you down until the speed bleeds off. So I'm going to be more mindful of that as we get to our final destination tonight. Fortunately, we got a nice long runway here, so me squandering 2/3 of it didn't cost us our lives. Commonwealth traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's down and back taxiing runway 4, Commonwealth. Looks like we've got one model there that's got missing textures. Yeah, DJCS. That's how I crashed. I touched down halfway down a tiny grass runway. Yeah. If you don't have all this extra pavement to work with, you realize you haven't touched down in the first quarter of the runway. You really have to make the go-around decision quickly. Here we had plenty of pavement to work with, so I kind of rolled with it. Somebody was drunk when they painted these pavement lines, I tell you. It's Hawaii. Have another one. Alright, so we can clean up. Commonwealth traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear, runway 4, Commonwealth. I don't think I ever made that call. So flaps up, strobes, landing lights, pitot and fuel pump, and let's lean the mix out right to where the RPM starts to drop. And how do we do with the landings? Again, you have to discount the G-force. The G-force calculation gets thrown off by the A2A simulation's external flight model. So you kind of just disregard that. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense to be landing at something less than 1G. 94 was the number that registered when we finally set it down, halfway down the runway or more. So 94 is our winning number. Who had the closest? We had 75, 65, 93, one away there from 0x9er, 82, 66, 80, 43, 75, 84, 72. Yep, 0x9 is going to take it. Like if you had it dead on, we would have given you 2 entries here, but we'll give you at least the one. So congrats. What's the identifier here? PHMU. On 16. We got cheerbits there from 0x9er. Thank you very kindly for that. And again, those of you who might be new to the stream, I know we had a few big raids come over. If you're new to the stream, what we're playing for in that, so 0x9er just got an entry. We got 5 entries in tonight so far, and we've just started our new raffle. The raffles are pulled toward the end of each month. Our next one's going to be pulled on January the 30th. You don't have to be here to win. If you are one of our entrants and is the one that gets pulled out of the fishbowl on January 30th stream, however, you will be entitled to any one prize off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. It's your choice of a Slant Alpha t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. If you don't want any of that garbage, by the way, if you choose any of those merch items, I will ship them to you at my own expense, so you don't have to. This is free to you completely. If you don't want any of that garbage, you can choose an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. Again, that goes to our one winner who gets pulled from the raffle drawing on January the 30th. Our latest entrant is 0x9. So congrats and good luck.
I just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Alright, well, let's get ready to do our final hop of the evening. It's after 11 Eastern Time, and we're going to run the stream just a little bit long tonight. We had a little bit of troubleshooting to do at the very beginning of the stream, so that kind of led to just a slight extra amount of time here. Let's go ahead and blank out everything we got there. We're just going to do there to there. Our final stop of the evening, and this is a military field. Ordinarily, you wouldn't see civilian traffic in a military field. However, Honolulu Control Facility's Pilot Passport Challenge includes this airport on their small airports list. And we're trying to visit every single one. We just now got the stamp for where we just landed. Yeah, so they put this one on the list, so heck, let's give it a whirl. We're going to obviously assume that the facility there has given us permission to do what we're about to do. There's no VATSIM air traffic control on this evening. So there's nobody to tell us we can or cannot. However, I assume that the Honolulu Control Facility controllers, if they were on the network today, would let us do this, because obviously their website is the one encouraging us to visit there. So that's where we're going to go. It is, as I understand it, it is a field where the military uses this location to practice high-altitude operations. Field elevation 6,200 feet. We are going to assume that runway 9 is going to be our landing of choice. So we're going to pick up some altitude. We're going to manage mixture as we climb. And we're really flying just 16 miles to the south, and we're going to kind of have to work our way up the mountain face here as well. We've got some clouds to contend with as well. So we're going to depart here on runway 4. Let's just turn out right to the right. It's a right pattern off of runway 4. So to the right, and then let's just join about a 160 maybe to yeah, 160 to get on course. Probably have to come, you know, around this way maybe, so maybe even a 170 will be our on course. The Wild Airport, says J Aviation, drove by there on the Belt Road on my way to the national park. It's quite in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it essentially exists as a high altitude training facility, as I understand it. I forget who even told me that. I think it was a former Air Force guy that drops in on the stream every now and then and says, yeah, we use it, even though it's Army Airfield. We used it in the Air Force. We used it to train on high altitude ops. Is guessing the landing rate the only way to enter? Yes. Yes, it is. We used to have a separate raffle that you enter with the Twitch channel points, but we've consolidated now just to the one raffle, and the Twitch channel points now offer you the opportunity to get in on that slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure has been running this evening. We take a image that we put into we put in a one-sentence description into ChatGPT. And then as each of you cashes in 500 Twitch channel points, you can then let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. And so we've kind of added to this one as the evening has gone on. This is my dog Finley, my oldest of 3 furry co-pilots. And you can see all the other weird pieces of stuff we've added to his flight in the Comanche here in the Hawaiian Islands. So you want to get in on that, cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, and let me know what you would like to add to or modify with that image. You know, a couple words or sentence. Don't give me a whole paragraph or anything like that. All right, let's get going. We're losing our light here. We got the follow there from J Aviation. Johnny, welcome. Hope that you'll stop back and see us. We're normally not on Tuesdays, by the way. Normal rotation is Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern. So we'll next be on Friday, and then back on our Monday, Wednesday, Friday starting next week. Full show schedule's under the About tab, or it's over on our Discord server as well. So there's a correction on our heading. Field elevation here we said was 2671, which is pretty close to what we're showing. Maybe I'll just knock that down 1 or 2 notches. And let's go ahead and get the flaps for departure. Let's go ahead and get trim for departure. And let's just get moving, because we are, like I said, we're running out of sunlight, but I don't want to cheat the sunlight. We can, obviously. We can cheat the sunlight if we need to, but let's not. Alright, and we're taking off runway 4, so we're going to taxi out in the runway 22 direction. Oh, actually, we're right here at the end. Kamuela traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victors, departing runway 22. Correction, departing runway 4 on a right-hand VFR southbound turnout, Kamuela. Mix full, strobes, landing lights, pizza heat, fuel pump. 0x9 wants to add a UFO on the horizon there. Okay, I got you. Let me get rocking and rolling. I've been saying that all night tonight. I don't usually use that phrase a lot. Tonight I've probably said it 15 times. A little bit of a downslope, so we're going to get up to takeoff speed pretty quickly here. Go ahead and set our takeoff power. Rudder to maintain center line, 80 knots. It's actually miles an hour, so 80 miles an hour. Rotation. Okay, we're not going to hold the... We're going to hold on the gear until we are certain we do not need to return to that pavement. We are good. We got sufficient altitude and airspeed. Gear and flaps up. Fuel pump off. Let's ease the RPMs down. Manifold to 24. RPMs to 24. We are at 3,000. We should probably be leaning for power. So pull the mix out a little bit. RPMs we may find a sweet spot where the RPMs surge up a little bit. If not, we'll leave well enough alone there. God, yeah, weather's gonna be a concern with us getting up to this. Final destination, friends. We'll see how it goes. Field elevation there we said was what? 62. Alright, 0X. We got you. Moose is here. Yeah, we did, man. We made the leap to Flight Sim 2024 just for the Comanche so far. I'm not convinced that the rest of my planes are working well enough in it yet. And certainly don't have the controls configured yet. But yeah, man, we did. We finally made the switch over. A year, more than a year after its release, right? Moose says, I made the switch in December, haven't looked back. Very cool. Yeah, control configurations were a struggle, and I'm still struggling with control configurations in different aircraft without tampering with the ones in the first aircraft. I think it's just something I'm not understanding about the menus. But, we'll get it sorted out. We might see a mix of the two sims this month, but I have a feeling by February we'll have fully transitioned over. So 62 is our field elevation, which we're coming up on now. Yeah. No, Moose, I see. I got what you're saying. Most of us took about a year. For most of us, it took about a year or so for 2020 before it became a viable sim. Yeah, no, agreed. Alright, we really don't need to be at full climb power now. We only have another 900 feet we need to gain. So let's go 22 and 22. Lean the mix out to about 14 gallons. Just trimmed for a nice gentle climb. And are we tracking about a 170? Yeah. Zero X-ray Niner. There you go. Locked on to target. We're number 2, following a UFO in the pattern. Let's trim up ever so slightly for a little bit of a climb. I love the emoji. Very cute. Somewhere up. Is that? Yeah, let's. 1927 is the common traffic advisory frequency. Guys, start putting some predictions in the chat. I'm just going to enter a left base here. 1927. Start putting some predictions in terms of the landing rate, descent rate upon touchdown. 1927. Bradshaw traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final for runway 9er, Bradshaw. Lean for power. We're under 150. We'll get the gear out now. Props are spinning up. Fuel pump coming on. Power's coming back. White arc. Flaps 1. Gears down and green. Bradshaw Field Comanche 514 Delta Victor's at about a 4-mile final for runway 9er, straight in, full stop. Bradshaw. Okay, yeah, we got the nose way over to the right in order to maintain center line, so we're going to have to put in a lot of cross control on short final. Down under 100, final notch of flaps coming in. We're showing low. Speed's decayed off light quite a bit. I'm not sure I trust these pappies. I feel like I'm very high. And let's remember the ground effect this time. Yeah, it's 4 reds, but look at the angle. I don't trust them. I think they're wrong. I'm gonna trust my eyeballs here. Let's just remember the ground effect and make sure I do a better job at slowly but definitively reducing power. Of course, airspeed's a touch low, and with the cross control, we're adding a ton of drag also. So I'm gonna be careful about that stall speed here. Yeah, we're on all reds all the way down, but this looks like I'm still slightly high coming in. Okay, I'm letting it roll. We're very, very cross-controlled there, and I didn't want to stop flying until I was sure I was on the wheels and not on the wings still. Yeah, bizarre setup with the AJ says good call, looks high as well. Yeah, I wasn't sure that those pappies were right. Bradshaw traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's down and back taxiing runway 9er. Bradshaw. Probably could have made the turn off if I braked a little bit more aggressively, but again, I was so cross-controlled, very stiff crosswind on short final there that I just didn't want to relax the yoke until I was sure we had gotten all the weight down on the wheels. Alright, so flaps. Bradshaw traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 9er now. Bradshaw. Alright, flaps and yeah, mixing prop full, strobes, landings, pitot, and fuel pump off. I think the most challenging part of this is going to be, man, we're a little tight on the ramp here. Ooh. Okay, well, let's get the parking brakes on. Let's get the RPMs down to 1,000. We're at 6,000 feet, so I'm very over enriched here. So leaned out right to the point where the RPM starts to drop. Alright, let's figure out who's our final entrant into our landing rate raffle for the evening. Weird. 0? That can't be right. Unless that was the skim and skip. Yeah, okay. So there was a secondary landing registered. The actual landing. Oh no. That was 11:01. That was 11:23. Yeah, 94 was our previous one. Okay, so I don't know if this is a glitch or if it was just that greasy that it didn't register. I'm just going to give it to whoever guessed lowest, I guess. Oh, hold on, history. So this is the app I need to bring back over. So I'll just give it to whoever guessed lowest. DX Nixon hit the follow there too. Cool. Thank you very kindly for that. So where were your predictions? Of course, I know I kind of had you hustle them in at the last second as well. Sorry for that. Airport came into view, and I was like, I'm not going to do a circuit, and we're losing light. Let's just get down. 82, 75, 67, 95, 75. So we got two of you. We had two of you at 75, and we got 0x9 at 67. 2 in one night to 0x9. Congrats on that. Yes, excellent, outstanding. Two in one night, 2 in a row also. So where was this? PHSF on 16. All right, thank you very kindly for the follow there, TX Nixon. Hope that you'll stop back and see us again. For those of you who might be new to the channel, Tuesday is not our normal streaming night. We're typically Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. So the full show schedule's down. Underneath the About tab, it's also over on our Discord server. And Friday at 7 p.m. will be our next stream. We'll talk more about that here in just a moment. But let's go ahead and get the aircraft wrapped up. And we'll also summarize. We're closing up our slant artwork adventure for the evening as well. We'll recap that, and then we'll talk about that for our next stream for those of you who might be new. But yeah, let's go ahead and shut the plane down. And get all the stuff tied in and buttoned up. Okay, flaps, yeah, all that stuff we did. And all we really need to do is shut off all the avionics. So Com1, Nav1, Com2, Nav2, transponder can go back into, yeah, we'll shut it all the way off. And then the ADF radio over here. And then we got the master avionics, which probably does all that for me, but also kills the power to the engine monitor, which I don't even use anyway. So with that off now, we can go ahead and pull the throttle out. Mixture cutoff. Magnetos. Fuel. Go ahead and pop the windows there. Nav, beacon, and see, we can actually turn the overhead off, and then the battery off, and then out we go. And we actually get to run around like we're in a first-person shooter now. So this will be a little bit different than what we're used to in terms of closing up the aircraft afterward. But the tie down, can we not reach the chocks? We too far? Okay, there we are. So tie down's done, chocks done. Yeah, nothing to do with the propeller. Chocks and tie down there. Oh, yeah, that's tight squeeze. Well, you know what though? The good news is, I didn't hit him. Man, you can almost barely slide a piece of paper in there, huh? Let's do the rear tie down. Let's grab our crap. And yeah, let's just well, no, we don't need to climb back into the airplane. We can shut it from out here, can't we? We can actually shut the door from outside the plane, guys. God, this is awesome. Who knew that'd be the part I was most jazzed about? I need to scooch up a little bit. Oops. There we are. All right. So now, now what do we do? There we are. And we only got one plane on the ramp with no textures. So yeah, we got a couple little minor glitches to work through here, but for the most part, I'm pretty happy. So for Flight Sim 2024, yes, we waited a year, but yes, the wait was worth it. Yes, the sim is functioning pretty solidly now. We did have a few little mishaps and glitches there toward the beginning of the stream, but we got them mostly worked out. And yeah, had a wonderful flight through the Honolulu Control Facility airspace. Now, we didn't get any VATSIM air traffic control on with them tonight, but it was sort of a last-minute plan to switch up the itinerary here anyway. But yeah, we had a fun little tour of the Pilot Passport Challenge small airports list, and we knocked out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. If I hit refresh here, we should see that we get the stamp there for Bradshaw as well. So very cool. And again, VHCF, Virtual Honolulu Control Facility.net And then it's under pilots, the very bottom is the Pilot Passport Challenge. There's 3 different lists. You might as well just enroll yourself in all 3. There's no reason not to. Not like there's a cost. So just enroll yourself in all 3, and then as you visit each one on the VATSIM network, it'll record and stamp your book. So very, very cool. When we get back to the show on Friday, we'll be in the FlySimware Lear 35, and we'll be knocking out 3 more airports in the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge, or the OG. And I don't yet know, right? So we've got that Lear 35 in Flight Sim 2024 as well, but I've been struggling with control assignments in that. Not only control assignments that then don't tinker with these control assignments, that's just a menu item. I've got to learn how to navigate those menus. But there's a lot of functions in that Lear 35, like the reversers, reverser arm and disarm, the continuous ignition, that the switch assignments just aren't working for. So I think that I might need to stay on Flight Sim 2020 for Friday for the Lear stream until I get all those worked out. And the Lear had a couple weird quirks in it too, like wasn't quite working right. Stall warnings being turned off was showing up on the dashboard even though the batteries was all powered down. So there's some weird things about that plane yet. I think they're still working out some kinks. That just came out, so that they may still be working out a few of the last minute bugs on that one. So we may stick with 2024 Friday, but we won't give up hope that we'll be in 2024 for that one as well. I think over the course of January we'll eventually transition over to where by the time we get into February we'll probably be 100% in Flight Sim 2024, but we'll see. Anyway, Friday at 7 p.m. From the cockpit of the Lear 35, and where are we starting that one? Let me get that in front of me. We'll be starting in Chattanooga, Tennessee, so that's where we will be. So we'll wave to the Chattanooga Choo-Choo from the cockpit of that Lear 35 Alpha on Friday stream, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, so that'll be midnight Zulu, technically Saturday morning if you're not in the Eastern Time Zone. All right, friends, let's recap our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Now, again, we are closing this for the evening. No additional entries for tonight, please. But our slant artwork adventure starts with a 1-sentence image description we throw in the ChatGPT that represents our stream for the night. And then you guys, as you cash in 500 Twitch channel points during the course of the evening, you can then modify it as you choose. So we started with my eldest furry co-pilot, Finley, in the cockpit of a Piper Comanche approaching an airstrip in Hawaii. We added the lei, we added the cat, we added the headset, we added the aviator sunglasses, we added the hot air balloon, we added them screaming at each other, we added the hula dancer figurine, we added the halo over the cat, yeah right, we added the donut, and then we added the UFO. Oh, it took away the figurine when it added the UFO. I didn't notice that. Oh, well. All right, very cool. But anyway, so that's how our slant artwork adventure works. Artwork adventure works. So when we get back into the stream on Friday, if you want to participate in that, 500 Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel puts you in the queue. And then when I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to add to or modify about that image. And those are fun. I'll post those up on our Discord, and the final one will end up as our YouTube stream thumbnail. So, all right, we'll appreciate y'all hanging out with us and participating in that as well. Had a lot of fun. Okay, friends. Well, we got one thing left to do, and that is figure out who we are going to send a raid over to. I wonder if anybody's doing some aviation related stuff. Flox might be one of them. I can't even tell what Flox is doing. Flox is doing something different. We'll get you over to our friend Ibanez Player. We haven't rated him in a little bit. We'll send you over to Ibanez Player. He's doing an Avilo ops to Wilmington in X-Plane 12. Can't tell which aircraft. Looks like it might be the 7-3. I think it's the 7-3. So, yeah, doing some Avilo ops up to Wilmington, North Carolina. So we'll shoot you over to him and hope that you all enjoy his content. Make sure you tell him Slant Alpha sends his love. We'll get that raid started now. If I can spell the word raid, it'd be even better, wouldn't it? If I can't spell raid, I got no chance of spelling Ibanez player. No, I didn't spell it right. Hold on. Let me copy and paste it. There we go. All right. So we got that going, which is nice. And you guys can make sure Ibanez knows that Slant Alpha sends all his love. And we will see you then on Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time from Chattanooga, the cockpit of that Lear 35 Alpha. In either Flight Sim 2020 or 2024 remains to be seen. But one way or the other, we will see you then, guys. In the meantime, do have a fantastic rest of your week. Hope that you are all happy, healthy, and safe in all of the travels and adventures you encounter between now and then. And we will talk to you again soon. Good night, friends. Take care.